Good morning, everybody. It is race day number 2 here at the 333 Baltic Circuit for the Latvia Karting Championship. My name is Chris Buxton. I'll be taking you through today's racing action. Alex Goldschmidt was covering the action yesterday for the qualifying and for heat number 1, which saw, my goodness me, I thought we Brits did bad weather well. My goodness me. There was some very mixed weather conditions, and looking skywards, it's the definite threat of rain is most certainly there. Currently a bit overcast, but there is the possibility of light rain throughout the course of the day. So, what have we got in store today? Well, yesterday, like I say, was the qualifying sessions for our various categories and also the first heat of the weekend. Well, we will be starting festivities today with the Micromax category, starting their first race at 6 minutes plus 1 lap for their first race. Then the Minimax will take over there afterwards for their 6 minute plus 1 lap. Race number 3 is our junior category, so they've got 7 minutes plus 1. Then our senior category will take on the next race for their 7 minute plus 1 lap. All the rest of them are 7 minutes. The DD2s, along with the DD2 Masters, will have their 7 minute plus 1 lap. Then it's the amateur DD2s, DD2 Master, and DD2 Heavy races will have their 7 minutes plus 1. And then the single spec, the Tillotson T4, will round out the festivities for the the second heat. And then we will be heading into the technical break, approximately an hour, and then we'll get the pre-finals underway. So slightly longer races this afternoon, and then we'll have the grand finals at the end of the day. Now we can see those watching on stream will and of course those trackside. Welcome along to everybody that has brought their families along, and someone in the middle of the circuit has their hound with them. Well, hopefully we won't need to get that going on searching for drivers, but just to show that it's a full family event. That is absolutely brilliant. So it is our Micromax categories that will be taking to the circuit first of all. Carlos Benesons is leading that particular championship, coming into this weekend with 97 points to his name, only 12 ahead of Martins Lapens in second position. Then Ramírez Cartiones in third place, then Emilius Yauzitis in fourth, Ivor Oss fifth, with Rodrigo Darrins at the tail of the field on 41. So still lots to play for in this championship series. This particular event marks the halfway season in this championship series. So we resume racing next week at this race circuit for round number 4. Then is Jelgava in September and Madonna at the tail end of September to round championship. So our mini-max categories are due to get going any minute now. So our first race of the day will be starting very, very soon. Those watching on stream saw some highlights from yesterday, which, as mentioned, my goodness me, an absolute deluge of rain fell towards the tail end of the day. And ironically, I was saying to him, the karting in the wet is good fun, but that much wet, you need a rudder, not tires. Let's be honest. So we just await for the green flag. The karters are ready to go. You can see that really itching to get going. The trigger feet, so to speak, really wanting to get going. It signifies the beginning of today's racing. You can see there's lots of very fidgety cars. There they go then. So released from the dummy grid are our competitors for the first race of the day, the Micro Max category. So then starting grid, Oscar Pitkovas alongside Carlos Benesons. Then is Martins Lapans and Rodrigo Darrins. Then Zoros Zemnikis alongside Emilius Yauzitis. Then it is Cartiones at the tail of the field along with Ivor Oss. Right, so the field will work their way through these 1.3 kilometer circuit. 16 turns will be awaiting them. It's very, very twisty technical circuit with one of the longest straights in the karting calendar. It does look like they're racing already, but they haven't started yet. They have only just been released from the dummy grid, so they are very keen to get on with it, and you can't blame them because this circuit looks absolutely spectacular in the sun, certainly. So there is number 48, that's Pitkovas, that is leading the way. So over the line they come to again just get the heat into the tires. The timer has not yet begun. So they will form the 2x2 line. You can see actually the amount of water. We've just seen that on the camera shot. Just the amount of water still in the grounds of the circuit. So anyone that wanders a little bit too wide is in for a very swampy experience. We saw a few times the drivers just pushing a little bit too hard, even during qualifying, when obviously the pack was very heavily condensed. Field should be forming up. There we go. So the yellow flag just indicating to form the 2x2 lines. That's just turn 13. Now coming through the last twisty section for the drivers then to form up the 2x2. So, yep, in the marshals, the Orange Army as we call them here in the UK, doing a wonderful job to without them, we really couldn't go racing. There we go. The 2x2 line now formed to start the first race of the day. Through final few turns onto the start-finish straight. Literally no space in between them. They're all really eager to get the best start they possibly can to start today's racing. The green flag held aloft. And it's a no. That's not the start of the race. So the marshal of the course, the starting marshal, not happy with the way that the grid was formed. So again, another formation lap. If the formation is not to the starter's satisfaction, they have the option then to wave them through. Again, racing discipline, but also for safety reasons, they have got to have all the carts formed in the traditional 2x2 lines, but there can't be too much space in between the rows and also in between each cart. Here we go again then. So, a little bit too much bumping going on there, but again, it's all good practice. This is the very first rung of motor racing for a lot of these drivers. So, again, all itching, ready to go. A little bit slower this time, coming down towards the final turn. It looked like Knutsionis a little bit off the back of the pack, but here we go then. Now they're just coming through the final turn. To get underway. Green flag held aloft once again. And we are racing this time. So the first heat of the day is now underway. That's ferreting through the turns as Peter Vikas has had a good start. Then he's got a couple of kart lengths to himself. Side by side already coming through towards turn 5. Oh, look at that. You can see the amount of effort that all the drivers are having to put in. Oh, bouncing over the apexes. That will hurt in these things. Your spine is only a few millimeters off the ground. You can see Martin's Lapans are really hustling Peter Vikas hard for the lead of the race. Then they've also got, that is, so Peter Vikas. Oh, and there's an attempt for the lead there. Very good move from the 69 car. Martin's Lapans, good effort there on the inside of turn 14. Gets hold of the lead for now. But you know full well that that is going to be a race-long battle, or probably a weekend-long battle between these two. As a very confident move then done by the 69 car to jump up into the lead. So the top 3 breaking away, then the rest of the field involved in their own particular battle as the next lap has begun. Then looking a little bit further back, side by sides, also going through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and well, certainly those first 4 turns very, very rapid fire. top two really glued together. Lapans and Peter are very much glued together. Then it's the 88 car behind of Zemnikis that is very much looking to keep with that top group. Slightly too far back at the moment to get involved in the battle for the lead. Then it's Jositis, Torrens, Oss, and Bensons all involved in the pack behind. All very, very close between those respective groups, with a bit of a gap forming between the top three and the rest of the pack. But look at Peter Vick as a pole sitter for this race, having to just bide his time. But the race is only 6 minutes long, so doesn't have long, not many laps, 7-ish laps of this circuit to try and get the move done, but plenty of turns to get it done, as Bensons and Oss have swapped around. Ivo Oss just demoted to the back of the field for now, still involved in the battles. So it looks like Zemnikis has fallen a little bit off the back of the leading two. Could well be under pressure by Remigis Klausionis before too long, but all eyes at the moment are focused on these top two. So Lapins versus Peter Vickers, the 69 kart of Martins Lapins. Very confident move in the Paralin chassis. Got up into the lead ahead of Oskaris Peter Vickers. What can the 48 car do here? Again, tucking himself as much as he can to reduce aerodynamic drag. Trying to wrong foot Lapins coming through turns 14, 15, and 16. Now back onto the start finish straight. Less than half the race to go now. Again, it's just having to bide his time. He's not doing anything silly. He's not trying to force his way through. He's not trying to, bump and run, so to speak, as the Americans would say. He's just biding his time, trying to find the optimum time to make the move. Easier said than done. Of course, when you're in the heat of battle, you always want to capitalize on every advantage you get. Martins Lapins currently second in the championship, chasing Peter Vickers. And that's a big button the other way around. Lapins being chased, I should say, by Peter Vickers. Working their way through the turns. Once again, they built up about 1.5 seconds over Zemnikis in the third place car, the number 88. Who in turn is around about 9/10 ahead of Emilius Jositis, MRG Racing Gillard chassis. Once again, just see Peter Vickers just again biding his time, trying to find his opportunity, trying to wrong foot the currently leading kart. As Jositis, Emilius Jositis has fallen a little bit down to 6th position. Now we can see on the tower, and behind the lead too, Zemnikis is really now under pressure by Rodmidas Kratsionis. He's the 88 car has been very much caught by that pack of 4, which has Kratsionis, Bensons, and Jositis all in it. Torrens and Oss are in their own little duel for wooden spoon avoidance at the back of the field at the moment. Stream now has a look at this group of 4 that are working their way through the turns. Slightly different line being used by Zemnikis there, but that's really wrong-footed him coming into the last 3 turns. And he's now under all kinds of pressure. That's Kratsionis making a move. Oh, Benson's in the number 3, gets the inside line, coming through the twisty section, coming to the end of the lap. Very nicely done. The door just very slightly left open by Kratsionis, and Benson's was straight through. Very nicely done, but still side-by-sides going on as Zemnikis almost losing another spot to the number 3 car. Just manages to close the door in time. Very nicely done. Great driving, great racing by our youngsters. And that's 2 positions lost by Carlos Bensons. One tiny mistake, just didn't quite get the corner exit from turn 4. And he's lost 2 positions. Oh my goodness me, Zemnikis, really defensive posture there, coming through turns 8 through to 10. Almost cost him positions, but again, just manages to close the door in time. So the checker flag, the white flag is about to be ready. These 2 for the lead, still glued together, and that is a move for the lead from Peter Vickers. Very nicely done. The 48 kart, Oskaris Peter Vickers has managed to get that move done again. So there we go, the board indicating final lap of the race. So I've been saying his name wrong all race. I do apologize. Pitkovis is how I should be saying it. And oh my goodness, look at that. That in the blink of an eye, the group behind the four has now been caught by, well, Zemnikas is now at the back of it. He's been at the front of this particular group all race long, as Ivo Oss is joining that particular group. So it is the top two and then everybody else. Such has been the incredible pace of the number 48 of Oskaros Pitkovis, and also the 69 of Martins Lapins, have got themselves a 5.6 second gap. And again, you can see Lapins trying to get them, trying to wrong for Pitkovis as they are working their way through on their final lap. Can't quite do it though. Every opportunity that Pitkovis has managed to fend off, Martins Lapins has tried and tried and tried. Just that one moment that denies Martin Lapins the win. Pitkovis regains the lead on the final lap. Brilliantly done. So Martin Lapins takes the win. Pitkovis is listed as second. My apologies. I thought Pitkovis actually came over the line in first. So it's actually Martin Lapins showing as the race winner. Interesting, because the 48 car came over the line first, but Martins Lapins is showing as race winner there. So unless there was a penalty applied. But wow, the group behind was absolutely superb. So then, before Stewart's interventions, Martins Lapins by a tenth of a second from Oskaros Pitkovis has taken the win. Carlos Benson's third, Emilius Zaltis in fourth, with Taras Zemnikas in fifth, Rodrigo Tarrant in sixth, Ivo Oss seventh, and Mitis Gracionis unfortunately not finishing that one in the number 99 cart. What a way to open festivities here. Superb. This is what we like to see, our youngsters showing us how it is done. As we see a replay on screen then of the race starts, they did need a couple of goes at it, but that was a superb effort there from the 88, as got himself up in the third and did look like he was able to, it was looking like he was going to hang on to the top two, and then this group of four behind. Absolutely superb. Carlos Benson made that move at what was up into fourth or so, and then just one momentary lapse of concentration just cost him two positions, and the top two again just waiting to buy their time. Oskaros Pitkovis got the lead back, but was denied the race win towards the end. Right, our second group is already leaving the holding area. This is our mini max category. This is how the grid looks. Jack Collinson alongside Miros Mazinis will take the front row. Then it's Juris Pluxa and et al. All the way down. It's a big grid for this one, for our mini-max contingent. Micromax has roughly about 7 carts in it, but this particular group has at least 14 competitors within. So again, 6 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. Races will be very, very rapid fire. We will be looking at the podium 3 after all the races have concluded. Look forward to seeing the drivers and enjoying their moment on the podium. So then for our mini max contingent, it is Patrikas Josias that leads the way in the championship. Rodrigo Kakas in second, with Jack Collinson in third place championship wise. Coming into this weekend, Jack Collinson is going to be starting on the front row this time around. Through getting everything warm, but again, you can see on stream just how much water there is still in the ground. So anybody that is ending up in there, they are not getting themselves back out again. Yellow flags waving to indicate to form the 2x2 line. Just to slow themselves down. Ooh, goodness me, that's got a little bit uncomfortable for some of the drivers. Have managed to form the 2x2. Slowly does it. Through 2. B. Turn they come. They actually take the longer line through. The green flag held aloft. Does the starter start them? No, he doesn't. So again, starter not satisfied with the formation of the grid. And around they will go for another attempt. Again, as mentioned, the green flag marshal on the start finish line has to be satisfied that the formation is satisfactory, so not too big a gap between two columns, and equally between each card in their respective positions. Through they come then to the grid. 2x2 line now being formed. So it's just after turn 13 that the 2x2 line is formed. They essentially skip turn 15. The driver's just gesticulating to the marshals to make sure that everything's okay, because it's underway here pretty soon. To the final turn they come. Starter be satisfied this time around. I think that's a no. Unfortunately, the green flag not dropped, the timer not begun, so it's another formation that. No. Unfortunately, the green flag. Was that a red flag I see being held? The flag was actually blocked by one of the ROTAX banners from my particular position. It is. It's a red flag that is being shown on this occasion. The drivers should now be brought back to certain as to why the red flags are being shown. Myself am not trackside. I am actually based in the United Kingdom. The drivers then will be brought back to the holding area. Jack Collison will be in particular quite disappointed starting on the front row, or due to start on the front row. Brought back to they're going to do a standing start then. So they've opted to do a standing start for this one. That's what the red flags were for, is to indicate that they are being brought to a standstill. Starting marshal having a chat with, I think it is, he's actually Jack. I do believe that is Jack Collison that is being spoken to. And you can see various gesticulations pointing back to the 163 car, which is Juris Pluxner. Starting marshal now having a chat with the 163 of Juris Pluxner, MRG Racing Gillard chassis. A bit of work going on the 175 car there, which is Gator Spike. A couple of carts being looked at there. Something's been spotted on the bodywork of some of the carts that do go through a bit of bumping and bouncing. So something may well have shaken loose, but now the team members are ushered away from the grid. Okay, so the drivers have now been spoken to. Both of the front row carts drivers have had marshals having a chat to them. Again, the race will not be started unless the starting marshal is satisfied that the formation is correct and safe to go racing. Getting ready to hold the flag to indicate that we will get ready to go once again. There we go. So Green flag now held aloft once again to indicate the start of the next rolling lap. Oh, that was someone struggling to get going there. Can't see which car that was. Struggled to get themselves going, but they are rolling once again. The slippery surface flag is being held into turn 8. Has the rain started to fall, or has someone been dropping something? Okay, yellow flag being held aloft. The marshals indicating to the drivers just to slow down. Form line. There we go. So once again, the 2x2 line being formed. Exit of turn 13. The driver's pointing back to something back towards turn 11, 12, 13 complex, but the way the 2x2 line reforms, they're just coming around bypass between 15 and 16. 16 final one. Off the back of the group. Okay. 2x2 line formed. Does the flag drop? Yes, it does. We are racing here for the second heat of the mini-mats category. Through turn 1 they come again. Lots of side-by-sides. 3 widers are coming through turn 2, 3 and 4. But it looks like Jack Collinson has been able to hold on to the lead. Yes, he has. The 191 kart MRG Racing Gillard chassis has held on to the leads. They work their way through the turns towards now turn 8. This is where the slippery surface flag was held aloft. Cars do seem to be behaving themselves. No one is veering wildly off the circuit. Lake on the outside of the track. If someone has a very bad day, they may end up going for a swim in there. Top 3 breaking away a little bit from the rest of the pack. The third place car, the 125, is Patrikas Jokias. Coming through for. Oh, speaking of Jokias, tried to have a go on the outside line of 15. Couldn't quite get it done. Here they come then. First racing lap completed as the weather is starting to threaten its intervention. Collinson from Bruxner from Jokias. Your top 3, Drieber, Menesis, and Pundis, the next of your karters. Then the rest of the field all involved in their own battle. The top 3 have broken away, not quite as much as we saw in the previous race, but they have got themselves a little bit of breathing space from the next 2, which is Drieber and Menesis in the 113 and 126 cars, respectively. Collinson's got himself a little bit of breathing space. Pluxner in the 163 kart as Juris Pluxner for MRG, the Gillard chassis as well. He's got some pressure from Jokias, the GS Racing Club Tony chassis. Jack Collinson. Oh, slightly deep there for the 163 kart coming through turn 14, but no space for Jokias to be able to use that extra momentum. Jack Collinson then, 0.4 of a second gap, which isn't a great deal. It's still only a few kart lengths, but take any breathing space you can when the racing is this competitive as it has been all season long. Jack will be really looking to capitalize on his aggressive pole position here. Oh, we've got 4 karts now all tangled up. So that's the 133, that's Grantin's 119, which is Minikas Dargis is involved. 131, which is Kononov's, is in there alongside. I didn't quite see the 4th car. Okay, so 2 of the cars were kind of caught up in this as almost as kind of nowhere to go here. There was the lead 2 cars came together, and 2 of them still kind of caught up. One of them is actually stuck on the podium, on the apex, sorry, of turn 5. My goodness me, yellow flags being waved, of course. That is going to bunch up the field a little bit. Certainly this top group. Jack Collinson was starting to break away a little bit. That lead now gone, as this, what was a splintered group, now very much all gathered together. What a shame. That's not what you want to see, as that's a move there from Jokius once more. Then from attacker to defender as the 1-2-6 card of Menezes tries to make a move, but can't quite do it. So Collinson from Pluxner, from Jokius, your top three. Jack Collinson again has built up a tiny bit of breathing space, whilst the pack behind him are all fighting very, very hard for position. So Jack Collinson has got himself a bit of a gap as there's a move again from the 1-2-5. There's Jokius up into second position now. Oh! And then immediately straight back down to fourth as he couldn't quite get the momentum he needed. Actually down to fifth and potentially sixth. Bro, initially up into podium possession. Jokius now down into fifth. Goodness me, that is how quickly one move, if not quite executed properly or to conclusion, can then result in complete change of positions as into turn 5 on the inside line. The 151 card of Myas Mazinas couldn't quite get it done, and that's all. There's a big off there into the grass. It's so wet and so slippery out there. That's the 1-2-6 card that's gone for a big messy moment. Alex Menezes, his tires are going to be absolutely drenched, so he may well just have to be very, very careful if he is able to get back up to speed. The 151 of Mazinas and the 1-2-6 of Menezes really, really locks in their duel now, so that splintered this top group, which was a good 6 karts deep when they came over the line. Collinson from Pluxner from Mazinas. Mazinas up into second now, having relieved the 163 card of Juris Pluxner of that second place during the course of the lap. Then it's that group of 3, which is Jokius, Driba and Kakis, all fighting for fourth position. Jack Collinson with enough of a lead. Only 30 seconds before the white flag will come out to indicate the +1. But the 151 of Myas Mazinas, the Altex Racing Tony Chassis, still fending off the advantage of the 163. But the group of 3 behind them is really, really close indeed. That is a battle for third place. Pluxner, Jokius and Driba. I beg your pardon, this is Jokius, Driba and Kakis, excuse me, for fourth position. 125, 113 and the 153 cars, all really, really close. Collinson now 1.5 second lead, or near enough, for himself. But this group is now really condensing behind him. So it is second through to 6th, all very close together. As we see time and again from the mini-mats category, or indeed vast majority of our karting categories, how one mistake can be very, very costly when they are very literally nose to tail. Johnson just has to bring it home now, but again, sometimes that's you put more pressure on yourself when there is no pressure being applied from anyone else. How the rest of the field filters out, so we can see Plux. No, it's gone too deep, and that's an opportunity for Jokius, which he has taken. The 125 Patrikas Jokius has managed to steal away that third place. The final lap board has been shown. A great opportunistic move there for the 125 of Jokius to steal away that podium spot. Oh, several cars really flirting with the grass. Coming out of turn 4. Work their way through the turns once again. Jack Collinson, if he had mirrors, he'd realised that he's got no immediate pressure. It's amazing actually how much you do hear of other people's engines, but a quick look over the shoulder will always highly reveal who is, how far anyone else is away. Just getting the line right from previous call right here of the 333 Baltic Circuit. The fighters work their way through the turns for the final time. Your winner for heat number 2, Jack Collinson. Then in 151 card of Myas Mazinas, rounding out the podium is the 125 of Patrikas Jokius. What a move at the right time to steal away that podium position. But Jack Collinson held his nerve there, took a couple of starts, get the race underway. And then before Stewart's intervention, Jack Collinson takes the win Magnus Mazinas in second, Patrikis Jokias in third, Juris Books in the fourth, Martin Strieber in fifth, Rodrigo Kakos in sixth, Klaus Hans seventh, Alex Menezes eighth, Jonas Bundis ninth, Dominic Dargas in 10th, Nico Grantins in 11th, Kaita Spike in 12th. Unfortunately, it was Marks Kononovs could not get the 131 car going again following the big impact that's... But it wasn't necessarily a big impact, it just involved quite a few cars. It was a small touch. I think it was actually on the back of Marks Kononov's kart that sent him into a position where he couldn't recover. See the replay on stream, and there it is actually. It was indeed the 133 car. It was Mikko Grantins who was actually the lead of this group, but sadly it was Kononovs that was somewhat stranded on the apex. That was at turn 5, and that all took place with the amount of chopping and changing. If you get that rhythm wrong, certainly through turns 14, 15, 16, you are very much at the mercy of those around, and that is where the really muddy moment came for Alex Meneses. Just slightly too deep coming out of turn 10, I think it is, and off into the dust. We saw that a few times in qualifying yesterday as well. The amount of water out there, you are never going to... Right, our juniors take to the stage next. Junior category, the junior championship being led by Adrian's Tions for MRG Racing. Okay, there you go. Let go from the dummy grid. The amount of tyre warming going on, it's absolutely astounding from these drivers. Further into the racing weekend we get, the bigger the cars gets. There's Fernando Paimer and Marcus Jauk on the front row, Adrian Tions and Alice Stoltermain on the second row, Lurisk and Chekovikis, row 3, Semet and Strella on row 4. Very little gaps in there, ever in between each cart. Turns, so it's 2 rolling laps per category, just to make sure that the tyres are where they need to be. It's 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this group. The weather most certainly got involved yesterday, qualifying and also the first heat for some of our categories. And the slippery surface flag still being held at the apex of turn 8. Only place for seeing the slippery surface flag. Now the yellow flag being held for drivers just to indicate to start to slow down. Oh my goodness me, that was a big moment there. No impact, thankfully. The drivers alert. So that was on the entrance of turn 11 where they've started to just form. That twisty section at turn 13, they have formed the 2-by-2 grid. Well, they are quite slow on this one, but see some of the drivers just keen, shall we say, to get going, just nudging the driver ahead of them, but can't really power ahead of our pole sitter, which is Fernando Pembre. Down they come then. Flag held off once again. The marshal's indicating to stay slow. Does the flag drop? Yes, it does. So, first time of asking, my goodness me, some robust moves going on there, certainly towards the back of the field. Coming through the first few turns once again. Out of turn 4, come the field. Everybody has managed to make it through. Several changes of position, several very robust defenses going on. And some great moves also climbing through the field up into 4th as well. It's Absolutely superb stuff. Green flags being held. Oops, there's several nudging and bumping going on. All part of karting. Here they come then. So 277 Fernando Pemre has managed to hold on to the lead under a lot of pressure from those behind. Loisitz Stegovikas is right behind. Oh, that's the 211 kart. Grandberger that was having a look. Now this big group. We've seen for the last couple of races that it's been the top 2 or top 3 that have broken away. It is a big group of 7 that is the group for the lead this time. Remre leads, Narusk in 2nd, Tion's 3rd, Linter 4th, Semet in 5th, and Yauk 6th, Strele in 7th. That is your lead group, although that does look like it's starting to change already. Such is the nature of karting at this level. 277 of Pemre from pole. Just have a little bit of breathing space then. Narusk and Tion's very closely behind. Then Plinter, your 4th kart that is in this lead group. Oh, they're getting very, very close. 235. That is a Stoltermain. Under a lot of pressure. The younger sister of Thomas Stoltermanis. Now the field's starting to establish the pecking order. It is still Pemre that leads the way. Half a second breathing space for the 277. One of the Tony chassis in this race. Big, so every time that we're seeing that 255 kart, that's Narusk getting onto the brakes. The tail just has this big kick. Well, if that works for him, that's absolutely fine, but it does seem to be very sudden race. Also than some of the other cars around, so hopefully that's not a problem for the 255, but either way, he seems to be handling it well, up into 2nd, keeping the pressure of the 271 car, Adrian Tion's, the MRG Racing Gillard chassis at bay. 211 Plinter. He changes the position a little bit further down. 236 car, Freddie Kadistik has not had a great start, but still hanging on in there. That's a challenge for 2nd. Not quite there, though. Oh, Sass changes the position to the 271. Oh, big one. The 2nd had changed hands, but it's just changed again. So Tion's wasn't a 2nd, now down to 4th. It's got wrong footing coming through turn 10. And having to go again for 3rd. So, my goodness me, the positions are changing almost as quick as I can say it. Plinter now up into 3rd. Manages to wrong foot the 271 kart of Tion's. 255 Narusk still in 2nd place as the next chasing pack has really closed them down. There's Pemre from Narusk from Plinter now, your top 3, as that's Narusk in the 255. Didn't quite get the line right through turns 2 through to 4. Oh, and that's one of the cars has got really outshot. That's 263. That's Semet really got, that's Robin Semet, the Talbar Racing Tony chassis, got very out of shape coming down towards turn 5. So Pemre has been caught, has he? He has! Oh, that's impact! The 227, I think, or Tion's, I think, just had a bit of a moment there, got a slight punch in the face, but lives to find another day. Was not a spin, wasn't a big impact. Oh no, Pemre, beg your pardon, is actually has himself a couple of seconds gap. I do beg your pardon. So it's actually Plinter up into 2nd. Then Narusk and then Strele. The group for cars, but there's not much gap between 4th and 271, which is Andreas Tion's, that then leads the next group. As that's a challenge again. The 238 carts having to go the Strele on Narusk. Oh, and that is trouble for the blue cart that hasn't had a great run coming out of turn 10. Oh, again, that big snap from the 255. Narusk is in trouble. There must be something that's going wrong with the car. He's plummeted from third right the way down to seventh, I think. Seventh or eighth. So it's very unfortunate there. But I wonder if that's indicative of a problem with that tail just kicking out that hard. But Narusk down into, he's indeed down into eighth, now in a three-way battle with Stolchamane and Semit. That is for sixth position now. Narusk was in podium contention, but now it's a mistake or two, or possibly a misbehaving kart has fallen right the way down into eighth position. Petrolika in the 241, not far behind either. And a big move there for the 238. That's Strele has managed to get second from Plinter. Good move, good decisive move there for Tom Strele. SM Racing number 238. Up into second position. Very nicely done. Strele in the championship at the minute. Got any points in the opening race at Kandava. Great. Great opportunity to be part of the broadcast team there. My goodness, we saw some incredible racing there as well. Pembre has really broken away. Fernando Pembre. 3.6 seconds when they came over the line last time around. Not too far behind Plinter though. Tions and Yauk. 288 car, the green and black outfit. Seeing the tail getting a bit loose there on Tion's kart. May well be out of choice, but it certainly didn't help Narusk. Already it's the final lap. That's nice when you're having fun, as they say. Group of four, all arguing for second position. Yauk is all over the back of Tions, who in turn has got Plinter under pressure. That's given Strele opportunity to get some breathing space. Not a lot of it, but it will be enough. Last chance then in this heat to improve your position. All 12 starters still running. Strele has got himself about half a second's worth of breathing space, which is all he needs. Oh, and that's a mistake there from Tions. That's a position loss there, but your winner for the second heat is Fernando Pembre. Strele is going to come over the line in second. Plinter will just about hold on to third. Yauk had a look as they came over the line. I mean, just relieved the 271 Adrian Tions of that fourth position. Fighting all the way down to the last. Brilliant stuff. Last kart comes over the line. Wow, superb stuff. So it is the Estonian of Fernando Pembre that takes the win. 3 seconds in the end from Tom Strele, Marco Plinter third, Marcus Yauk in fourth, Adrian Tions in fifth, Elise Stochamane in sixth, Rodabun Semet seventh, and Marcus Narusk all the way down in eighth in the end. Challenging for position. Sadly, the race not going his way. Teemus Pekalika in ninth, with Gabriels Moises in 10th. Aloysius Sikavikas in 11th, with Freddie Katastik hanging on in there, but a little bit further back at the tail end of the field. Right, next up is our seniors. So on stream we see it was actually the see the highlights of the what was a superb race. Every time Narusk got on the brakes, the tail would just let go, and it was actually Narusk that had that really big moment in the formation lap. You saw him plow into the side of. This is where it went wrong for Narusk. Tiny tap on the tail. Still doing his best to hang on in there, but one mistake. There it was. 3-4 positions in that one lap alone, but The rest of the field really putting on a great show. All the way through the field, you had brilliant battles, but win very much going one way. As our seniors now have left the holding area, it is Sestikovs from Saviki on the front row, Perry and Pella on row 2. Rodionovs. There are lots of familiar names here. Big grid for this one, all the way down to row 8, 16 carts, taken to the field and beyond. Rodionovs and Dominguez on the row 4. All the way down to Gudlevikas and Kirk on the back row. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. 2 more races after this one before we have break. Our pre-finals and finals for all of our racing categories later on this afternoon. Weather has remained sunny and dry so far. Hopefully it stays that way as the racing so far has been absolutely superb. 2x2 lines late to be formed, but it has been formed. Just coming through bypass then for turn 15. Different layouts available at the circuit as they now gather speed. Will the flagman be happy? No. Wasn't quite right towards the tail of the pack. Another formation that required. Has got to be happy that the formation is correct. So work the way through 11, 12, 13. These corners in such rapid fire. All about flow. You get it wrong at the beginning, you will most certainly be spat out the other end. Very wrong-footed. Again. Two by two line. Vikas field just getting into line. Owning, going to go. Yes, they are. We are racing then with our senior category. Right then, those on the outside have got to have a fair amount of bravery pills. Oh, we've got impact. There's 3 cars that have gone off onto the mud. One is facing the wrong way. But the rest of the field managed to get their way through. Unfortunately, I can't see which number that is. That's 322. That is Ricard Reichstins. That is having to recover his cart from a very, very muddy infield. The leaders working their way out of turn 13 through all the twisties. Get the rhythm right and you will be rewarded. All the pressure being applied here for the lead. The top 3, top 4 have broken away now. There's Artem Sestikov still leads the way. They come over the line once again. It is indeed Sestikov on 357. That is your lead. Woohoo, getting very twitchy in the next chasing pack. Your top 4 that have broken away. Sestikovs from Yupari, Kirikovs from Rodionovs. Your top 4. Big chasing pack that Levikius that is leading the way from the back of the field up into 5th place. What a start from the 331. Davidas Gudlevikius, the SM Racing Cosmic chassis. Superb effort. Oh, that's Rodionovs that's making the move there for third place from Kirikovs. Let's get the move done. I believe he did. Lestakos from Yopele. Yep, Rodionovs, the 362 car, didn't even get that third place. Jeremita and Bella have had a bad run. Unfortunately, the 322 of Reichstins got going again, showing us 2 laps down. Look at this, the 321 of Yopele absolutely glued to the back of Sestakos for the lead. Absolutely nothing between them. 321 car really applying the pressure brilliantly well. Trying every different line, trying to just wrong foot Sestakov's coming 2 turns of this lap. Into the next pair, Rodionovs and Kirikovs are glued together as well. Battle for the lead and battle for third. Very, very hotly contested. They're battling all the way through the field. Keralitis, the 369 kart, has fallen down to 15th position, but towards the front. Oh, is that an opportunity for Yopele to try and take the lead side by side? Coming through, that is turn 12. Sestakovs has lost 1, lost 2, lost 3 as the next 2 cars also came through. Great opportunity with it. Gitavikas is right there from starting at the back of the field. The 331 SM Racing Cosmic Chassis is right in there. So the front pack completely different now. It is now the 321 of Joel Kasper Yopere for AGS Racing that takes the lead by 8 tenths over the 362 of Romas Rodionovs. Then it is fairly rapid fire right the way down to 8th, which is the 389 car of Oster Savicki. The Paralin chassis. Good breathing space then for Joel Kasper Yopere. That can change in the blink of an eye as well. We know Rodionovs worked his way up into 2nd place then with a fair amount of pressure from Kirikovs and the 309 behind him. Far behind is the 357 of Artem Sestakovs. MRG Racing Gillard chassis. Oh, an opportunity there being made from... It was Kirikovs. Couldn't quite get it done though. Don't have one definitive breakaway like we did in the previous race. We've got Yopere that is doing what he needs to do, but doesn't have a huge advantage. One mistake and he'll be absolutely in this huge pack behind him. Perry, Rodionovs, Kirikovs, the top 3. Gudlavikius now up into 4th. Oh, and that's a move for 2nd. Kirikovs then nicely done on the way into turn 11. Oh, and that's an opportunity, I think, for Robbie Seba. Might get it done, though. Over the line they come. Look at all the fidgeting going on with people just getting their defensive moves in, and that's a big move for, I think it's 5th place. I think it was Oliver Kerg, who again started at the back of the field, along with Gudlavikius. Absolutely superb stuff to be able to work their way through this very, very competitive field. Perry making the most of the battling behind him. 1.3 seconds when he came over the line. Kirikov 2nd, Rodionovs 3rd. Gudlavikius still fending off the advances of Sestakovs and Kerg. Again, is that an opportunity there for Rodionovs? Not quite. No, beg your pardon, it was Gudlavikius that was trying to make the move, who is already up in the 3rd. He's having a go, is he, for 2nd? He was. Thinking about it on the outside line coming in. 2, 3 and 4. What a heroic drive from the 331 car. Is Levikius again. Apologies if I'm not getting the name quite right. Up into that position now from the very back of the field when they began. Really hustling the 309. Oh, and there it is. Oh, there's impact between Levikius and Kirikovs. They've managed to both survive, but there was definitely impact between the two, and that's another position, 2 positions that Kirikovs has lost. As Rodionovs and Sestikovs has also gone through. Final lap one now being shown. Goodness me, this is sprint racing at its very best. You don't have time to just let the lap count roll past. You've got to make your move, and you've got to make it stick. Teperis is enjoying the fact that the rest of the group behind him are all arguing. 3-2-1 can't unchallenged at the moment. Levikius up into second. What a heroic drive that's been. Then it is Rodionovs in the 362. Bending off Sestikovs in the 357. Very, very close between those two. Is there an opportunity here for Sestikovs? No, as they come into 14. At the checker flag being shown to 3-2-1, the old Casper Teperis takes the win. Levikius is second, and very rapid fire. So many cars crossing the line all together. Levikius in third, Rodionovs fourth. Beg your pardon, Levikius second. So before Stewart's intervention, Joel Casper Teperis takes the win. Levikius in second. Roman's Rodionovs third, Artem Sestikovs fourth, Carlis Kirikovs in fifth, Oliver Kirk Hampton in sixth position. Also, again, from the back of the field, we lost Lukas Reichstins right at the beginning, becoming probably sunk, very soggy infield. Osta Savicki in seventh, with Kate Kobisera coming home in position. Truth, you barely have time to catch your breath, and what there's a lot of highlights that the production crew can use. See several cars having a very big moment on the opening lap. That's unfortunately only one being left stranded. Some brilliant moves being shown, particularly on the exit of turn 10. Get wrong-footed, lose all that momentum. Goodness, that's superb. They're just picking them off every time they were fighting. Anytime anyone was fighting, Levikius was there to capitalize on it. There was that impact with Kirikovs. Perry taking the win. Next up then is our Masters, the DD2s. So the DD2 and DD2 Masters, excuse me. Holding on whilst last of the tidying up going on. Once the last of the tidying up has been done, carts of course recovered. The amazing marshals and trackside operators doing a superb effort. As soon as we can, we'll get the DD2s underway. Some of the fastest karts that we will see in this championship. Also, one of the biggest grids that we've got in this weekend's racing activities. The DD2 and the DD2 Masters are in their own championship. They'll race together. They have their own championship standings. Thomas Biersteins leads the DD2 category on 112 points, pretty conclusively, I think it's fair to say. Almost double the points of Martin Janowskis. The DD2 Masters category being led by Harold Garkalis, also on 112, taken all points available. Preet Sai in second on 80 points in the DD2 Masters category. Second in the DD2 Masters, very hotly contested with Martins Janowskis, Chris Janzemis, and Patrick Noel Lokmelis. Really close. Only the three of them separated by only 13 points. Janowskis on 68, Janzemis on 56, on 55. And joined on 34 points is Devin Sagadi and Elmars Mikkelsens. Just 1 point behind them is Edgars Vilkins. 33, and on 28 points is Andreas Upkalp. Just 2 points further back, Naris Danebergs on 26. And then on 23 points is Ricard Beck Vargas. And Matis Mananovskis in the tail end of the DD2 category at the moment with 22. As now our DD2 class have been released. No, they haven't. still some tidying up going on. Sun can't decide whether it's going to stay with us or not. That's very British weather. Now, engines are beginning to spring into life then for our DD2 category. Penultimate race of the morning. Away they go. Now they've been released from the holding area. Now then it's Lokmelis and Biersteins on row 1, Rudikas and Janowskis row 2, Vargas and Janzemis row 3, Mikkelsens and Upkalp row 4, Garkalis and Sai on row 5, Calciums and Zalitis on row 6, Dinis and Seld row 7. Big grid for this category. Some of the fastest karts we'll see this weekend. 7 minutes plus 1. It's 1 lap for this class. Something pretty spectacular, I think. Certainly top honours in both the DD2 and DD2 Masters belonging to the same names at the moment. Doesn't mean it'll stay that way. Second rolling lap. Always still a fair amount of vigorous tyre warming going on. Interestingly, the slippery surface flag has been removed from the apex of turn 8. But his felt was down there. It seems to have been dealt with. Yellow flag now being held aloft as they come through turn 11. Indicating to slow down and form up. To turn 14. Yeah, really taking their time to form. There's a fair amount of fidgeting going on. Driver's a bit out of position. Time to do it. Group now just coming through that final turn. Start to pick up speed then. The two columns separate. Starter happy. Yes, he is. Well played by a DD2 category. That was very late forming the 2x2, but they have managed to get it done to the starter satisfaction. Oh, that's a spin. That's a spin and an impact there. The 571, I think that was, has had a spin locked together with another competitor. That could have been 551 of Civics. See when they come around when I get to see the tower. But the lead grid, well, pretty much the entire field, all locked together. Top four have broken away. The rest of the chasing packs so far. It is Thomas Bersteins that leads the way. Right behind him. Well, there's a whole world of pressure. Here they come then to complete the first racing lap. It's Loch Mellis, I beg your pardon, that is leading the way. The 418 car. It's the 426 of Thomas Rodokis. And 455 of Vec Vargas that is in third. Oh, that's another one onto the grass. That's the 455 car. That's Vec Vargas from third place. Has gone onto the grass and is beached. It's so wet and muddy out there. I'm surprised he doesn't sink. He's very, very careful about how he rejoins. The engine is stalled. He's gotten back going in, but right the way down towards the back of the field. Oh, my goodness me. He's very unfortunate there for Vec Vargas. But that just goes to show how easy it is. And Kart's doing it in almost every race so far. Melis leads Rudokas and Bersteins in third now. Janowski's fourth. Yazemis in fifth. Ukal in sixth. With Sai seventh. Garkalis eighth. Calcium ninth. With Mickelson's rounding out your top 10. So it's your top three now that are broken away. 418 of Patrick Snow's Loch Mellis for MRG Racing in the Pirelli chassis. With all the pressure in the world from Thomas Rodokis. And right behind them is 411 of Thomas Bersteins. Another one of the MRG Racing Pirelats. Slightly further behind them is Janowskis in the 422 car. And another one of the MRG outfit. Ooh, again, a look from Rodokis coming down into turn one. Doesn't quite commit to it. The door wasn't open enough. Big defensive posture there from Loch Mellis. Goes very early to the apex coming into turn 5. Really feeling the pressures. That's allowing Janowskis to close in from fourth position, making this a four-way, or potentially a four-way battle for the lead. Of course, Rodokis has still got to keep an eye on Bersteins right behind the 411 car, going for a move on the inside line, coming up to turn 11. Gets it done as they come out of turn 13. That's going to give Loch Mellis a bit of breathing space. That now allows Janowskis to really get involved in this group. And he's brought within Jan Zemis as well. Over the line, Loch Mellis with a second's gap to what is now the 411 car, Thomas Berstein. Still, people flirting with the grass. We've seen it bite quite a few times already today. group fragmenting a little bit. So Lokmelis leads the way. Verstinovskis in their duel for second. Dokis and Janzemis in their argument for fourth place. Too far behind podium pair. Ellis has a suitable enough gap. These races absolutely fly by this afternoon. Much more of an endurance type of bet. Groups all behind them as well. Really close four-way gaggle there. Bush, Rollis, Still, and Nicholson's. That's for 10th position that they're all arguing for. Oh, look at that pressure being applied there from Unovskis. MRG Racing number 422. Trying to wrong foot Thomas Bersteins. Will race in the same colours. Don't somehow think there's any team orders going on here. Right behind them. Got 426 car, Thomas Rudokas. Group of three very, very close. Mellis still leading the way. His lead diminished slightly. 7/10 of a second between himself and Bersteins. Lead of the DD2 Masters in 7th position overall is number 508, Harold Garkaklis, for the Burlat Baltics team. Alongside him is Pete Sai, ADS Racing Cosmic Chassis. The main DD2 class still being led by Lokmelis, who's now has got a charging 411. Thomas Bersteins breaking away from his pursuer of Janovskis, who has got all the pressure in the world from Rudokas, the 426 car. Can't just said before, they can't just let the lap count roll by. They can't use time on their side. The race is far too short. Final lap board will be coming out at the end of this one. Lead group coming up towards turn 9. Very defensive posture there from Janovskis. Rudokas tried to make the move around the outside line, couldn't quite get it done. Has a look on the outside now, coming down towards 14. Still can't get it done. Has to remain where he is. Bersteins is doing what he can to close in on Lokmelis. It's now or never as far as this race is concerned. Lokmelis did open up the gap by a 10. Janovskis still fending off the advances of Thomas Rudokas. Goes defensive, coming up into turn 5, feeling the pressure. Count Zemis isn't far behind, but he's a little bit too far back to try and get involved. Oh, and again, you saw Janovskis think about having to make that defensive maneuver. Saw Rudokas think about it, didn't commit. Up turn 10. Been a favourite overtaking position for most, but not this time for Rudokas. Closes once again in Janovskis. Again, that inside line just closed off. Good positioning by the 422. They come through for the final time. The flag being shown to 418. Patrick Knowles Lokmelis takes the win. Janovskis in second. Rudokas in first in second. Janovskis third. Rudokas in fourth. Jansen is fifth. Rudokas in sixth. Aklas seventh. Jansen in eighth. Sai ninth. And Rollis rounding out your top 10. So before Stewart's intervention, Patrick Knowles Lokmelis takes the win. Thomas Berstein second. Martin Janovskis third. Thomas Rudokas fourth. Chris Janzemis in fifth. Andrea Zubkab in sixth. Harold Garkaklis was the winner of the DD2 Masters category in 7th position. We lost Ricardo Vargas and Nicolas Mazinas in the course of that race. Well, the DD2 class know how to get the job done. Here comes Calcium's 9th, Fritsai in 9th position. Martins Wallace rounding out the top 10. With the DD2 Masters done, we get to enjoy some of the highlights on stream. There was that big tangle there on that opening lap. Then a very, very muddy exit for the 455 car. Enjoying some of the brilliant overtakes with oh, somebody lost the nose and then stopped to grab it. Very nicely done. That was Ivar Zeus, who lost his nose and was able to actually stop and grab it. Superb stuff. Penultimate race of the morning then, with our amateur DD2s, along with our DD2 heavies. Just left the holding area. Rams from Pavlov on the front row, Lokmelis and Spikis on row 2, Kalixons and Antonevics on row 3, Martin Spikis and Zenis on row 4. Marcus Spikis in 4th, Martin Spikis 7th. Right. Slightly smaller grid, but still a lot of action ahead of us. The DD2 class. Master. Heavy. Take the field now. Again, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Races this afternoon a little bit longer. Pre-finals and finals later on. Competitors work their way past turn 10. The yellow flag held aloft, so again indicating to form up. Beautifully do just after turn 13. And start race of the afternoon. Good afternoon, big fun of the morning. Two columns. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. We are away once more. First turn. Do we have any bumps or spins? No. Everybody does manage to make it through. Was a bit nervy, but someone has gone onto the dirt. Couldn't quite see which car that was, but they have managed to keep going. Has dropped them to the back of the field. But now some colder tyres and covered in water now, so that's going to be something for them to have to bear in mind. Come past the tower, get to see how the pecking order is formed. So far so good then for our DD2s and our DD2 heavy category. Trying to do maybe a little bit heavier than the rest, or maybe a little bit older than some of our contenders, but they are not afraid to give it plenty. So it's 5-2-1. It's Frams that has got the... Oh, and that's a spin. That's trouble for the 506 cart. That's Kristaps Kalixons in the Birilant chassis. And 593 is also in trouble. Pavlov right up there in third, has now got himself stuck in the water. Goodness me. Oh, already 2 of our 11 starters from this series, from this particular collection, have fallen to difficulty. Side by sides going on. That's the treble 5 carts up the quickest. That's over the line. Round from the 5-2-3 cart of Marcus Spickis. Spickis and Brickis in second and third. 5-5-1. Zubekis having a look on the inside of Antonevics for fourth position, gets the move done down into turn 5. Pavlov and Kalixins, as we said, were the early victims of spinning off into the mud. Way battle forming here for what is second, I believe it is. Oh, and that's a move again for the 5-1-8 car. That's Luke Mellis up into 5th position, getting that spot into turn 12 from Antonevics. Crabs from Spickis. Brickis a little bit on his own in third. Sevics and Loch Mellis and Antonevics all very close together for fourth. Top 2 broken away quite conclusively at the moment. The field threatening on their own bit of real estate. One cart, Frams. Much under pressure at the moment. Under pressure enough to see. Look over the shoulder as they came out of the final turn. 9/10 of a gap. 9/10 of a second gap between himself and Marcus Spickis. Treble 5. Of 8 cars Prickis. Tony Chassis, that's the lead of our ED2 heavies. Spickis looks like he's starting to get into the rhythm a bit. He's very tall gentleman. There's a definite disadvantage in karting. He's finding it much more difficult to kind of tuck, as drivers do, try and decrease aerodynamic drag. More of a difficult job for him to do. Definitely not 9/10 of a second. They come over the line. 7/10 now between the top 2. With Edkos Brickis in hot pursuit as well. It was quite a gap. 4 seconds back to Zubekis in the 5-5-1. Edmund Zubekis in the Cosmic Chassis. He's got his metaphoric mirror absolutely full at the moment of Marcus Spickis. Take it easy whatsoever. Spickis really into the rhythm now. 1.5 minutes to go. Definitely going to have to be some defensive driving going on from France if he wants to hold on to the lead. Again, a look over the shoulder as well from Marcus Spickis, looking on where Edgar's Brickis is. Just 4/10 of a second between each car then for your top 3. Brickis really closing in on Marcus Spickis now. It was looking like Marcus was closing in on Frams to try and challenge for the lead, but now is Brickis having to go on the inside line coming up towards turn 8. Can't get it done though. Now Marcus Spickis very much having to go defensive. That's already cost him time on the lead. And there goes the move there from Brickis. We've seen that move quite a few times on the run towards turn 12. And he gets it done, the treble 5. He's now up into second position. My goodness me. It wasn't so much that Marcus Wiggins was caught, it was just not a charge that is to come over the line and start the penultimate lap. The final lap board will be held aloft at the end of this one. Beckis and Lockmellis aren't far apart either in fourth position. Some 5 seconds behind our lead trio. Treble 5 now. Edgar's Brickis really closing in. We go with the lead here. Going to do it into the same position. He is! That's the same spot he got past Marcus Spickis. Still side by side. As they come through 12 and 13, they're still side by side as they're coming down towards 14. Brickis has the inside line. That's going to give him the lead. Fair play to Frabs. He held on to that as long as he could. There's nowhere to go. Now these three all very much tied together. No space between them. Coming over the line to start the final lap. Brickis leads. Frabs second. Marcus Spickis in third. It is all going to be about conservation of momentum and pressure application. Marcus Spickis really close to the back of Frabs now. Marcus Spickis has already got them positioned coming through turn 5. Marcus Spickis now in second. So Frabs from leading all race long. But the course of half a lap is now down to third, and Brickis is really disappearing. Look at the gap he's already formed. Martin Spickis looks like he's in trouble. He's lost a couple of positions. Martin Spickis come over the line. That's quite a bit he's lost, but the lead, my word. Brickis just disappearing from these two. So then, final lap showdown. Edgar's Brickis takes the win with Marcus Spickis second, Frabs in third. Teperis comes home fourth. Lockmellis takes fifth position. Antonevics a lonely sixth in the end. And 5-3-4 Spickis. Again, a bit lonely for him. 5-7-5 of Dennis. The last of the Spickis trio, which is Martin Spickis. Claim 9th position. Superb effort there from Brickis in particular. Timing his attack to perfection. Muddy exit right at the beginning for the Calixons. More impacts a little bit later on. It's a good move from Maurice Lockmellis as well. Treble 5. When he got the hammer down, he was gone. Single spec series utilities fours gathering holding area. Last of the amateur and heavy DD2s are being cleared away. The T4 class impatiently waiting to get going. Several team members surrounding the drivers to help them get going. The last of the DD2 carts are recovered. We'll then run through the qualifying order for the final race of the morning. T4 class. They may not have the overall pace of the DD2 category. Yeah, T4 singles spec series, so a more cost-effective solution for those looking to get involved in motorsports. We can see on the stream as Christopher's Cowan, there is the interesting gesticulations. T4's then getting started, roaring into life. Town and Teperis, Rievs will be on the front row. Berzins and Salts, row 2. Zolmans and Gladkins, row 3. Revolds and Rudolph Berzins, row 4. Vanis and Cowan, row 5. Oh no, beg your pardon. Again. So, Rapanis and Cowan on the front row then. The 989 and the 915 carts. Dimitriev's third, again a 7-minute plus 1 lap race for these. Expect there may be, but definitely does not diminish from the racing we'll see. More standardized class, this one. Difference being made by the driver. As they come around to start the second warm-up lap. It's best to stay dry for us. Baltic circuit. Gap between the front and back of the field. The front of the field's being just told to slow down a little bit. Let the training carts catch up. Flag again on the apex of turn 11. It's the cue for the drivers just to start to slow down. Wow, the front group already forming up the 2x2 before they even get to turn 12. Stragglers. So 2x2 line formed and ready. Not going as slowly as some of the other categories. Okay, green flag held aloft. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. We are racing then for the final race of the morning. Final of our Heat 2s. Through these first turns, again, you've got some that are bouncing over the apexes. And it's really, really noticeable on these karts. Indeed, in any car, the chassis doesn't bend that much. Your backside is mere millimeters from the ground. You'll notice it. You can probably count the legs of any fly you run over. Already a breakaway pair from the field. (915) Christopher's Count that has the lead at the moment from the 949 kart. through. 14, 15, 16 come the lead pair. The rest of the field still very heavily bunched right behind them. Slight breakaway there from the third place car. Tower now forms counts from Zollman's. Several side-by-sides going on into turn one. Berzin's third, Salt's fourth, Glatkin's fifth, Dmitriev sixth, Panis in seventh. Oh, that was very wide there from, I think it was from Panis. Jimenez in eighth, Revol's 9, Rosberger 10, and second of the Berzins in 11th. Rudolf Berzins out of the field. .949. Zollman's, my goodness, is just glued to the back of Christopher's count. Oh, we've got one off. That's the 931 car that's gone off. That's Jimenez. Edvards Jimenez has gone for a wander somewhere. That's side by side for the lead. And also side by side for third. So who came out on top in their respective battles? Berzins is, I beg your pardon, as Zollman's has managed to wrestle the lead from Christopher's count. 925 of Salt has managed to get through. That's Elizabeth Salt on the 919 of Daniel's Teperis Berzins. So both first and third changed. Oh, there's that move, and we've seen executed really, really well throughout the course of the day. That move from turn 11 to 12. Big slide there from Zollman's coming through turn 14. As they come over the line once again, the feel of the tower completely different. Zollman's ahead of Counts. Berzins is back ahead of Salt's. The rest of the field currently remain where they are. So it's 2 by 2 at the top of the moment. Zollman's and Count. Just nothing between them. Same with Berzins and Salt's. Then it is Gladkins. Harry Gladkins in the one non-Tillotson chassis. That's a Praga chassis. 991. Absolutely nothing to decide, certainly between the top two. Well, 1.5 seconds between this pair and their next pursuers. Berzins and Salt's look over the shoulder there from Zollman's in the race lead. 1.7 seconds separates the two pairs up front. Dmitriev's has gone ahead of Rudolf Berzins as well. Daniel's Teperis Berzins in the 919 in third. Rudolf's Tom's Berzins in the 909. Currently in 10th. Our last running car, unfortunately, we lost 931 of Edvards Jimenez on the opening lap. At the moment, looks like he has it under control. Christopher's count. No full weather, isn't going to let it size. Has a look over his shoulder. Not anywhere near you at the moment. 1.7 seconds between the two pairs. I don't think it's as big as that now. Two pairs are a bit closer together this time. Zollman still leads count. And there is definitely not as big a gap between the two pairs now, as Berzins is closed in on the lead pair by about 0.4 of a second over the course of that last lap. Dmitriev's has made another position in the 965. That's Kirill's Dmitriev's ahead of the 929 kart of Dace Grossberger. Way through 8 and 9 once more. Will we see these lead pairs come together to make a quartet? Nice defensive positioning there from Zormans. Christopher Counts trying to just get the momentum, and wrong foot Zormans coming off at the moment, but the more they fight, the more that's allowing Daniel's Teperis Berzins to close in. Berzins has broken away from Elizabeth Saltz. Boosting a little bit more on the lead pair, but with this plus one more, we have time to challenge for the lead. We'll have to see. Christopher's Count wants that top spot. Wants it back again. The more they fight, the more that is allowing Daniel's Teperis Berzins to close in. Movement at the top of the moment. The timer has now expired. The final lap board will be held for the drivers when they come past. I reckon that gap, second to third, has grown a little bit on this first lap, but we will see. But the gap, third to fourth, has also grown. Was that correct? See the tower updates. Was indeed. So the gap from Berzins to Count has grown ever so slightly. Oh, big defensive posture there from Zolmans. Didn't want to risk giving Count the momentum going into turn 5. Count trying different lines coming through 6 and 7. And a big defensive move again from Zolmans. He's really feeling the pressure now as Count tries to get alongside. Coming through the inside of turn 8, can't get it done. That now throws him into the clutches of Daniel's Teperis Berzins. Count has lost that valuable momentum. Well defended from Zolmans, and now there's a definite challenge for second. Through 12, through 13, come on, lead trio now. Maybe a little bit late for Berzins to try and challenge. They work their way through the final turns for the final time in this heat. The checker flag just comes out in time for Zolmans from Count from Berzins, all within a second of each other. Then Elizabeth Saltz comes home fourth. Larkin's a bit lonely in fifth position. So within a second, you had David Zolmans in first, Christoph Count in second, with Daniel's Teperis Berzins in third, Elizabeth Saltz fourth, Harry Gladkin's fifth, Kyrillis Dimitriev in sixth, Rudolf Rapanis seventh, Orestes Maris Revolds in eighth, Jason Grossberger 9, Rudolf Stons Berzins in 10th, Dos Edvars Kremenis at the beginning of the race. That concludes our heats for this weekend. Great way to start racing for what is a cloudy day, but so far it has remained dry. Let's hope the weather remains that way. It certainly didn't yesterday when we had the qualifying and the first heats. So now we enter into the break. Turn for the first of our pre-finals, which will be headed by our Micromax category later this afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this third round of the ROTAX Latvian Karting Championship here with the Treble 3 Baltic Circuits. My name is Chris Buxton. I'll be bringing you the commentary for the pre-finals and finals that are due to take place this afternoon. Those watching the stream, you can quite clearly see how windy it is, those that are trackside, so salute you for bearing what has been fairly calm weather comparative to yesterday when we had the qualifying and heat 1 for our 7 racing categories. Clouds still looming, still threatening some rain. It absolutely deluged in the second part of festivities yesterday, so much so that the Tillotson T4 category was delayed. The heat, I should say, was delayed. We've had some amazing racing already this morning, with our second heat already taking place. So our pre-finals then will start fairly shortly. Okay, so the board being shown to the drivers and the teams to ready themselves to get underway. The technical break had to be shortened in between the heat and the pre-final. We did have a few restarts on some of our heats this morning. First pre-final due to be leaving the holding area any moment. Still quite a stiff wind out there, but the weather currently holding off. Remaining sunny. A fair amount of cloud out there. So the last of our drivers just getting into position now. Carlos Benson's continue winning ways. Took the win in both the pre-finals and the finals at Smiltene last time around. Saw the podium at Gandava in the finals. Main rival for Carlos was Martis Lapans last time about, along with Remigius Klaucionis. Waiting for the field to be released. Running bang on time. First of their rolling laps. Eight minutes on the clock. It's now springing to life. Cloudy. Brisk northerly wind. And away they go. Release from the holding area then. Bang on time is our Micro Max category. Martis Lapans and Oscars Vikovas on the front row with Benson's and Zemnikas on row 2. Zaitis and Klaucionis on row 3 and Torrens and Os on row 4. So as we had before, rolling that to make sure everything is warmed up and ready to go. Drivers hoping that they don't need to do any restarts here. Always practice the rolling start, but it's the restarts that will kind of break your rhythm a little bit. Final turn then to start their second rolling warm-up lap. Some drivers thinking about racing already. We admire your determination. Admire your enthusiasm, but no, you're not racing just yet, youngsters. Even in these smaller karts, the competitiveness is really very, very impressive. Turn 8. And now the yellow flag on the exit, the entrance of turn 11 being shown, and the 2x2 grid now formed. They're used to going absolutely full throttle, so this will feel very pedestrian to them. Got to stay very, very tightly compact. the flag marshal, the starting marshal, will not drop the flag. Through. Bypass of turn 15. 2x2 easier to keep. Into the columns they are. And it's a wave around, unfortunately. The flag marshal not satisfied that the formation is correct. It isn't just the gap in between each cart, it is the way the columns themselves are formed. Both columns must remain within the lines that are on the grid. Flag marshal will not signify the beginning of the race. Another rolling lap then for our drivers. And they've already formed the 2x2 on the exit of turn 10. Just means they are rolling at reduced pace for quite a way, actually. Almost half a lap when they form it that early. It must be quite jangling at this point. Towards turn 14 they come. At this stage of the season, the pecking order is forming, but even still, I want to get on with it. Through the bypass once again. Column to right hand lane. Is the flag marshal going to go? Yes, he does. We are racing then. The first pre-final of the day is now underway. Through turn 1. Nicely done for all of the drivers. Oh, I think that was Ivor Wass that bounced quite heavily off the apex coming through turn 3. Feel every single undulation, every single contour of any apex bump or anything you hit in these karts, but it's still number 3. Carlos Benson's leading the way. Emilia Yelzaitis in second. Looking the way towards start finish line for the first time in anger in the pre-finals, where the big points are scored. The pre-final and the final races. So then the field split into 2 groups. The front 4, well, nearly front 5. Oh, whoops, that's a bit of a fidget there. That was either a mistake or a bump there from the 17. Emilia Yelzaitis has dropped 2 positions down into 4th now. Difficult to tell whether that was a mistake or whether he was helped, as they were so heavily condensed coming through turn 2. Still car number 3, Bensons, that leads the way. 69 of Lapins in second. Then it is 48 of Pidkovis. Pole sitter from the first race leading the way. Oh, and that's a moment there as Bensons went to take the racing line. Both the 69 and 48 car just absolutely pounced. And for first to third in the blink of an eye, dropped Benson's. Now Yelzaitis that leads the way. Winner of both the final races in Kandava. Under pressure from Pidkovis, the pole sitter from the heat. And Pidkovis in the 48 car. Through at turn 2, back into the lead. Pidkovis from Lapins, Bensons from Krautsionis, with Yelzaitis in hot pursuit. There goes Bensons trying to get back up into second and does so on the run down towards turn 8. Very nicely done indeed. That gives Lapins a tiny bit of breathing space, but there's nothing that Bensons will... There's nothing, sorry, that Lapins can do. That gap is going to disintegrate as Already back up into second goes Lapins. Oh my goodness, it is chopping and changing all over the place, and that is Benson's now down into fifth, I believe it is, with Kratsianis and Yositis coming through. Or is it? No, that's Kratsianis that's now gone wide. And now it is the top four being led by Bidkovis. Benson second, Kratsianis third, Yositis in fourth, and Lapins down into fifth. Then the next group of four, Zimnikis is leading with Torrens and Os in that pack as well. Lapins, I think, has fallen into that particular group. So it's 4 and 4 at the moment. Bidkovis in the 48 kart leads the way. Benson's in second. Tiny bit of breathing space between him and Kratsianis. And again, that spot on the exit of turn 11 is so popular for overtaking, as that's Benson's back up into the lead. And already Bidkovis thinking about an outside maneuver coming down into turn 14. Can't get it done. That run from turn 10 through 11 and then hogging that inside line into 12 has been so popular, so well used. See the drivers just tucking their elbows in, trying to squat behind the steering wheel to reduce aerodynamic drag. Benson's going for a bit more of a defensive posture coming through turn 5 to try and keep Bidkovis behind. Kratsianis and Yositis locked in battle as well right behind them. Championship leader Carlos Bensons leads the way at the moment. He's got another win on the tally. Kovis has things to think about. It's about inside and gets it done down into turn 14. Lead has changed again. Karas Bidkovis. The art cart, Paranin chassis. Back up into the lead. Well executed there. Kratsianis and Yositis look on. Their duel for third. Lapins, Zimnikas, Tarins and Os. The training group. Yositis just glued to the back of Kratsianis. Through 10, 11, 12, now 13. And on the outside line, there goes Bensons again. Does not come into that one, though. Not likely to work too well coming down to 14 if you're on the outside line. Now these two pairs very much together. As again, Bensons has a look on the inside coming towards turn 1. Gets the move done. And that is Carlos Benson's back up into the lead again. Bidkovis with it to do. Again, defensive posture for Benson's coming down into turn 5 to try and keep the 48 car behind him. And is that an opportunity then? Not quite. Kratsianis nearly went for the move for second. Opted not to, as the four of them almost kind of tied together. Oh, that's an opportunity for Kratsianis. Gets the inside line coming out of turn 9. Is that up into second position? Yes, it is. Kratsianis. Oh, there's a big move there. Oh my goodness, that was Yositis. Tried for the move for second. Didn't quite come off. Wrong-footed Kratsianis. No impact between them, or very minor if there was. But that's allowed Bidkovis to get some breathing space. Tiny bit of breathing space. And that gives Bensons the lead. Bensons leads. Bidkovis second. Yositis third. Kratsianis fourth. Four now fragmented a bit. Lapins has broken free from the pack. The tail end of the field. It's now led by Torrens and Zimnikas and Os. 2 for third. Yositis keeping Kratsianis at bay. How long for? Remains to be 17. Through. And there goes Gracianis again. That move from turn 11. Keeps the momentum, keeps the inside line, and gains the spot through 12. That is third now to Gracianis. Benson's with a bit of breathing space now, around about a second. No, it hasn't really changed. 9/10 between the top two. It's about 1.1 back to the Gracianis Yazaitis battle already on the final lap for this category. There goes Yazaitis coming to the inside line of turn 5, side by side between Gracianis and Yazaitis. Yazaitis gets through. Tarrins has had trouble. He's suddenly dropped to the back of the field. But that was a good move then for the 17 car. Yazaitis up into the podium spots. Very, very nicely done. Chose the moment perfectly well and has himself a tiny bit of breathing space to prevent Gracianis making the move into turn 12. Benson's looks fairly secure to take the checkered flag. Take the checkered flag first, I should say. Which he does. Number 3, Carlos Bensons takes the win, with Pidkovis coming home second. Yazaitis comes home third. Gracianis fourth, Lapins fifth, Semnika sixth, Os in seventh. Fortunate then for Tarrins of that race. Carlos Bensons in the number 3. Energy chassis has got that top spot. Very nicely done. 25 points to Carlos Bensons. Askaris Pidkova second. Milius Yazaitis third. Mias Krotsunas fourth, with Martis Lapins fifth. Teperis Semnika sixth. Ivor seventh. And Rodrigo Tarrant in 8th position. Always rely on the Micromax category to kick things off pretty well. Needed a couple of goes at the start, but it got going. Top group. A bit of a wiggle there from 17, the earlier time. That was Yazaitis. Was seeing on the replay here, Benson's, he went to take the racing line coming through turn 12. 2 cars suddenly pounced on him and he kept his cool. In the end, regained the win. There was lots of elbows out throughout the race from our Micromax category. Next up then is the Minimax. Saw before, no shortage of action. Still enjoying the highlights on the stream. And Micromax have one more opportunity to show their mettle, entertain as well. Good to see lots of family members and support for our drivers. A few bringing some canine friends as well. Next up then is the ROTAX Minimax category. Patrikas Josias is leading the way. The GS Racing Club number 125 leads the championship. Did coming into this weekend level on points with Kakis, Jack Corrington and Marcus Mazinas for front row. Then it's Josias and Treba row 2, Glucksner and Kakis row 3. Right the way down to 13th position. Mark Palanov, tail of the field. Eight minutes plus 1, same as our Micromax contingent. Quite a bit bigger field. Second step of karting. And again, we're seeing side-by-sides on the warm-up lap. It's fine, as long as you don't ram into each other or don't do anything silly. Not at all. As long as you're in the right position when you start. Rolling lap, 2 rolling laps once more. Watching on stream, you see how much water is still in the middle of the circuit. This is why, when those in the heats have had trouble, gone onto the grass, they just inevitably don't get out of it again. Less momentum has happened to carry them through. So then, Jokies for GS Racing Club leading the championship, level on points with Rodrigo Kakis. Behind them is pole sitter Jack Collinson. Forming 2x2. When they form it is their decision. Though we see second place for some reason. Brit has not formed quite right. Able to bunch up. It did actually look like there was a second place missing. Wave around, yeah. Fairly inevitable, unfortunately. It had not formed correctly. This is the disadvantage of shuffling around during the warm-up laps. It becomes a little bit more difficult to form the correct 2x2 lines. Had a few restarts earlier. This grid that was red flagged brought to a halt on the start-finish line. Some of the drivers were spoken to. Also to Jack Thompson being one of them. Quite animated about it as well. Go again then. There's a definite gap. Second should be. Okay. Have they managed to form up properly as they come over the line? Yes, they have. The starter has dropped the flag and away we go. Down towards turn 1. There's impact. Oh, we've got trouble towards the back. That's the 119 kart. That's Dargis that has had actually someone on his nose, but has managed to get going again, but has dropped right the way off the back of the field. Collins is still leading the way. But with an whole army of cars right behind him. 1-2-5, good move there from Patrikas Jokies. Through the twisties they come coming up towards turn 11. This is going to be an opportunity for 113 car. That's Dreber takes the lead from Mazinas Myers. Collinson in third, I think that is. 214 for the first time in anger. The race lead has already changed hands. It is now with Martin Dreber. Over the line they come. Contingent of the field still very, very close together. Actually, Jack Collins is right the way down, his 7th. Not ideal for the pole sitter. Terrible, terrible start for him. Dreber from Zenith, Kakis from Pluxner, your top 4. Jokies, Grantins, Collinson, Menezes, and Kononovs all in short order. The only car that is somewhat off the back of the field is Dargis following that impact on the opening lap. 113 kart must feel like he's got the whole world on his shoulders and defends that favoured line coming up into turn 12, but Kakas didn't, and that position of Pluxner has now reclaimed it. But the third, and that's a move going down into 14. Side by side, it's switched again. Several side by sides going on. Now we'll reveal all of how all those changes have happened. They're still side by side as they come over the line. That's Collinson and Grant Tent. I think Collinson lost on that one. So Dreber still leads just about from Mazinas. Pluxner third. Kakas in fourth. Top four starting to break away very, very slightly from Jokius and Collinson. So Treba in the 113. The energy chassis has got 151 of Myers Mazinas, ROTAX Racing Tony chassis. On his heels. Go for the move down into turn 14. Ooh, so very close. Then it is Bucks and Crackers involved in their duel. Not even a cart length behind them. This big pack of five that now Jack Collinson leads. Collinson very keen to get back towards the front of the race that he started in pole. All 13 drivers still going, but Kononov's fallen off the back of the field, unfortunately. Treba from Bazinas now coming through 8 and 9. It's been one of the favoured overtaking spots all weekend. Well driven there from Treba. Keeps that door very firmly closed. Great car positioning. Drivers thinking a little bit more longer term, because 8 minutes rather than 6 they had in the first race. 2 races, the first 2 heats being 6 minutes apiece. The 9 once again, as we've seen time and time again. One little mistake, and there, well, there's an opportunistic move from Kakas to take third, which he does. 153 kart up into third position and immediately defends on the inside line coming up into 5. Possibly didn't need to defend that heavily, but chose to do so. Turn 9. Treba still with all the pressure in the world from Mazinas. Mazinas choosing just to bide his time here. Sensible driving, not opting to show his hand too early. Longer races, you do have to think a bit more longer term. Racing instinct does want you to take the position as quickly as you can. Look at the group of 5 right behind. Pluxner now leads this particular group. Collinson is now up in... It's actually Collinson, beg your pardon, is up in the 3rd. Falling down to 7th. Pat Britt now up in the 3rd. And there's a move from Jokius on Pluxner, but loses it straight away. Coming through turn 5. Buzzing around right behind Treba for the race lead. Towards 11. Again, Mazzina just biding his time. Keeps the pressure on. Already looking to the apex. Look how early the drivers are actually seeing the apex. One thing with karting is you can see exactly when they look over. What his opponent's doing is looking at what line he's going to take. But they have got Jack Collinson bearing down on them. Collinson now just 8/10 away from the lead. Duo is going to become a trio in the next couple of laps, potentially in this lap. Jack Collinson just destroying the gap to where he started. Bazinas, to see that slightly wider line that Treba takes. Make sure that door stays shut. Bit of a slide coming out of 12. Last thing you want to be doing is giving any momentum advantage to Jack Collinson. Too close to capitalise. Here comes Jack Collinson now, very much in the slipstream of Mazinas. Top 3 all united. Mazinas looks over his shoulder and sees 191 getting closer and closer each lap. Jack has fallen all the way down into 10th position. Terrible lap there from the 153 of Rodrigo Kakas. Latvia sponsored kart. The top 3 very glued together. This might change Messina's thinking here. You can just let time take its toll if you know you're in a good position. And there he goes. Exactly as I was thinking. He decided, now realizing that Collinson was there, he struck on that opportunity into turn 12. The Collinson's already on the inside line of Dreber, so Dreber first to third in the course of the lap. Dreber wrong-footed by Messina's coming through. Jack Collinson capitalised on the door being left open. Now Messina's from Collinson, from Dreber, your top three. Jokias, Meneses and Fluxner all involved in that next trio. Straight to the defensive line for Mercedes. A little bit early, defending fresh air there. Collinson didn't follow through. 2 laps to go. Again, look over the shoulder from Mercedes. He knows that Collinson's there. That's someone buzzing around his tail all race long. This championship front runner, Jack Collinson. Go for the move this time, but well positioned there from Mazinas. Dreber's not done either, still staying at the tyre tracks of the 195, and he's gone for the racing line. I thought he may try and sweep around the outside of Jack Collinson, but Collinson and Mazinas nailed themselves to that inside line. Tries to get on the inside, final lap ball being shown. Top 3 being caught by the next 3, Jokias, Meneses and Pluxner. Mazinas has a tiny bit of breathing space there. Collinson dives to that inside line. Too far back to be able to capitalise on anything from Mazinas. That's actually dropped him and Dreber back into the next trio. So that's almost forming a 5-way fight, giving Mazinas the breathing space he needs to hold on to the win. Hold on to it though. Collinson very defensive into turn 12. But that's wrong-footed him on the exit, side by side between him and Dreber as they come out on turn 12. Collinson just managed to get the traction he needed, and then in comes Jokias as well. Oh, Jokias has managed to get that 4th position from Dreber, and Meneses went through as well. Dreber lost 2 positions in that last lap. The winner for the pre-final is Mazinas. Jack Collinson 2nd, Jokias 3rd, Meneses 4th. My goodness me, they're all shuffled around in the blink of an eye, but yes, Mazinas has got the win in the 151 kart. The ROTAX Racing Tony chassis. Superb effort. So Myers Mazinas takes the win. Jack Collinson 2nd, Patrick Jokias 3rd, Alex Meneses 4th, Joris Buxner 5th, Martin Dreber down to 6th in the end from leading only on the penultimate lap. Klaus Hans on in 7th, Vico Grantins 8th, Rodrigo Kakis 9th, Jonas Pundis in 10th, Kaitis Spike in 11th, Dominic Stargas in 12th, with Mark Kononov the final kart over the line. A lot of race replays to enjoy on that one. Not so much though for the 119 of Dominic Stargas with a kart on his nose on the opening laps. Good move from Martin Dreebers that got him up into the lead, that favoured overtaking spot up into turn 12. All just came undone for him in those closing stages. Lesser used moves as well that caught some drivers by surprise. Our next big are starting to roar into life. Well, the 153 went for as a Rodriguez Kakis, so that's why he plummeted down the field. He went for a very grassy excursion. Closing stages. Poor Martin Stream has got really hustled. Last few corners of the final lap. Big gesticulation there. He was fairly unhappy with that. So then the juniors, it is Farmer from Strela, Peons from Staltramain on your first 2 rows. Then Plinter and Semet on row 3. Pasekia and Yauk on row 4. does give us this time around. It is 10 minutes plus 1 this time. Adrian's Tions leads the way in the championship, but again, not by a huge margin over Elise Stoltermain. Just 5 points, 85 points to Tions, 80 to Stoltermana. Strella in third. .56. Martins Volts. 45, beg your pardon. And Fernando Pamra, 41. The 2x2 already formed. Get this race underway first time of asking. Little friendly nudging going on. Break your noses. All as well. Round the bypass they come. Start to pick up speed. The columns. Does the start to drop the flag? No. Not happy with that. Some vigorous tire warming. Some. Do try and do most of the lap at not full racing speed necessarily. Try and get on with it. Reforming the 2x2 line. On the run towards turn 12. So then. Amazing marshals. Always thankful for their efforts. Okay. Through the bypass they can. Speed more. Columns. That's a wave around again. No start to the race again. Will they red flag it and bring them in? Yep, they have. Thrown the red flag this time. We saw Mini-Max category that we were talking to last time. This time it is our juniors. Are very clear when it comes to starting discipline. Doesn't change per category, so the drivers then way back towards the grid. They will be held on the start finish line stationary. Drivers that marshals feel need talking to. So it looks like it's 271, which is Adrian's Tions. Was one of them. And it looks like it's is it Tom Strella? I think several drivers are actually being spoken to. So it isn't just who I've identified. I think several drivers are having the marshals needing a chat to them. So an opportunity for the drivers to say, well, look, I'm doing as I'm supposed to be doing. Starting marshal returns to his position. Away they go again. Starting discipline, very, very important to maintain. We want close racing, but they've got to be safe about how they go about it. If the starting position is all wrong, especially with less experienced drivers, you've got 5 or 6 wide going down into turn 1. Could create all kinds of havoc. 5 to 6 wide isn't. You'd need a pretty big track for that. But 3 to 4 wide is certainly possible and fairly common. 2x2 grid forms. Figurettes weaving going on. I think that's Strella that is giving it plenty. You're going to get that slow pace is debatable, but some drivers do it. Come again. Third time of asking. Get race underway. Green flag held aloft. Into the columns. Yes, we do. Right. That's when they break ranks and absolutely go for it. Estrella around the outside, trying to get the lead in. Has he managed to do so? Yes, I believe he has. Good move there from Tom Strella. Lots of side-by-sides going on, as you would imagine. Through 6 and 7. Now as the speed begins to build, a big defensive maneuver then from several drivers. Strella is already going to have a tiny bit of breathing space. See if he's able to maintain. Well, no, he isn't able to maintain that breathing space. It's already gone. Come down towards 14, 15, 16 for the first time in anger. Strella leads the way. Good start, good move on the outside of turn 1. Strella from Pembra. And Tion's your top 3. With Plinter rounding up the top 4. Big defensive posture there from Pembra. The 277 carts. Trying to keep the advances of Adrian's Tions at bay. They're going for a more... His car's a bit more loose than potentially some around him. Really didn't help Marusk in the first race. First race of the day, I should say. Drivers do prefer cars to move around a little bit underneath them. For a bit more stable setup, whatever works best for them. Today, of course, they're learning their craft at this early stage in their racing career. That's a move there from Pembra, is it? Not quite. Fernando Pembra not quite making it through. Beg your pardon, 10 minutes plus 1 lap this time. 3 finals for the junior category. The 238s. Tom Strella leads the way for SM Racing. Defend that inside line into 12. And Pembra. Strella certainly felt the need to defend that inside line with Pembra right on his outside line. 77 carts. Ready to do battle, and look at Strella. They're defending all over the place. The car gets really loose. Coming through turn 1. Does manage to keep it on the straight and narrow. His Tions is there, but not in a position quite to attack. So that's actually leaving Fernando Pembra to continue his pressure on Tom Strella. would very much like Adrian's Tions to get involved. Next 4 being led by Plinter. Dolchamona in 5th. Marcus Yauk 6th, and Narusk 7th. The next happening, Trella still with all the pressure in the world, defends on the inside line. Camera tried to get momentum on the inside, hit down towards turn 1, and again you just see Strella's car get really fidgety under the brakes. Narusk in particular in the second heat this morning. That undid itself for him earlier on. Four behind the leading trio, so leading the way. On it to get past Plinter. Just see Strella having or feeling the need to go defensive almost everywhere. Again, Rella goes to that defensive posture. Leon's has got a great ringside seat for the battle ahead of him. Although behind the lead 3, looks like there's fidgeting going on, but Stoltamana has managed to get past Plinter up into 4th. Good move. Immediately goes defensive to hold on to that spot. Yauk and Narusk in hot pursuit as well. Now Stoltamana up into 4th in the 235 car. Oh, was slightly wrong-footed there coming out of turn 10. Goes defensive, and on that inside line goes Yauk. The Plinter, that's 2 positions lost at the course of the lap. Looks like it might be another one as Narusk looks on the outside line coming down towards 14. Can't get it done. Remember, Dion still in the top 3. Then the next group of 4 as Stoltamana now leads. As that's an inside, but that's Yauk on the inside line of. I beg your pardon. That's the next group. Excuse me. There's so many of them. Yauk on Plinter, I believe it was. Top group still as they were. Teperis still nailed to the back of Strella. Dolchamana now with a little bit of breathing space, and there goes Yauk, regaining the spot from Plinter. There's battles all over the place. Superb. Strella still leads. Teperis still keeping the pressure on, forcing Strella into a defensive posture on every single lap, almost every single corner. Top 3 with about 3 seconds to themselves over the next group. Stoltamana leads. Stoltamana, slight bit of breathing space between herself and Marcus Yauk. Almost tied together by an invisible bit of string. Very little breathing space for at least Dolchamana. Was that an opportunity then for Pemray on the inside line? Not quite. Bended off again. Give the line once more. This is superb stuff. Oh, Pemray trying to wrong foot Strella, beg your pardon. Still no advance for the 277 cart. Dolchamana's lost that bit of breathing space. Yauk right on her case. With Plinter and Narusk all in hot pursuit. Through 11 and 12 once more. Come on, lead us. SM Racing number 238 of Tom Strella still leads. Feel the eyes of Fernando Pemray burning into his soul at this point. 3 laps to go. Risk and Plinter have swapped around for 6th position in the next chasing group behind the leaders. Stoltramana under a lot of pressure from Marcus Yauk. Those two have broken away very slightly from that pack. It's a group of 3. Now led by Maroos. Second behind Lee Stoltramana and Marcus Yauk. And the leaders once more. Still as they were. Again, Strella going for the defensive one. Almost gets wrong-footed by Pemra. As Plinter is back ahead of Naroski again for 6th position. Oh, Strella went very defensive very early, coming down to the 5 there. Indians Tions was falling a little bit off the top 2, but that's a defensive move there from Strella has brought him right back into it. The top 3 reunited. Now it's Strella with a tiny bit of breathing space as they come through 10, 11 and 12. The final lap board will be shown at the end of this lap. Just gesticulation there from Fernando Pemra. Final lap. Credit from Pemra. Pemra now being defensive against Adrian Tions for 2nd. And Nurisk is ahead of Plinter again. Those two swapping around every single lap. And now it's Pemra that goes defensive early down at the turn 5. Strella's got the breathing space he needs. And there again, see how early the Fernando Pemra goes defensive down at the turn 8 to keep Adrian Tions behind. This has been the opportunistic overtaking spot all race long. Can Tions do it? No! Very firmly slammed shut is that door. Fernando Pemra's not having that at all. There was no opportunity for Adrian Tions on that occasion. But the win for the pre-final for the juniors goes to car number 238. That is Tom Strella for SM Racing. 2nd is 277 Fernando Pemra, and 271 comes home in 3rd, Adrian Tions. Lee Stoltramana manages to fend off Yauk for 4th place in the end. Plinter stays ahead of, Narusk actually lost a spot to down into 8th position towards the end of the race. So Tom Strella takes the win with Fernando Pemra 2nd, Adrian Tions in 3rd, Lee Stoltramana in 4th. Marcus Yauk 5th, Marco Plinter in 6th, Dimas Pesarica in 7th place, Hans Marcus Narusk in 8th, Robin Seven in 9th, Eliazar Sekovikas in 10th, Gabriel Moises in 11th, Freddie Kastic struggling a bit in this race in 12th place. All right. Well, there was a lot to enjoy from that particular race. Once we did get going, took a few goes, but we did get the green flag in the end. Again, that's turn 12 proving the favourite overtaking spot yet again. Strella that took the win. So next up is our seniors. You set the bar pretty high, and away it goes in the category. Again, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. It is Kapre and Sestakovs on front row, Kurg and Vidilivikis on row 2. Right the way down to the 8th row. How many carts are in this one? Kapre will be your lead, be your front row on this one. All the big guns, the DD2s, come out after this race. Superb race we had in Heat 2. Weather still keeping at bay. Nice to see as our cars come over the line. We start a second warm-up lap. Plenty of warming up going on. Top two running off already. If you're keen to get on with it, you have got to start with everybody else, I'm afraid. Through 8 and 9 will come. We presented to them after turn 11. There it is. Patient to slow down. Form up the 2x2. We're going to do after turn 12 this time. As long as it's fully formed before they get to the line, it doesn't quite matter where you do it. The later you leave it, the less time you have to form it. Grids choosing to do it early. They come then into the bypass. Turn 15, almost coming to a halt. The truck is really holding the vent open on the engine intake. Nice. Start to gather pace then for the pre-finals of the seniors. We get going? Oh, we don't. Starter not happy. Whether you feel you've done the job right or not. Flag marshal on the start line is not happy. You're not racing. Simple as that. Another warm-up lap to be done. Drivers, they do get on with it. After 11, they're still actually going some. Even past the yellow flag, so they are very keen to get on with it. Warming up after turn 13 then. Still some weaving going on. The whole field doing it. It's about whether you really should when you're formed into the 2x2 line, but the driver's doing so, and again almost coming to a complete standstill. Come on. This must feel so alien to them. They're so used to going at an absolute huge rate of knots. Oh, was that trouble for the 322? Cars reached it. It's got them going again. All right, flag out the loft, and that's a wave around again. My goodness. That's the red flag this time. Second wave around. Using the red flag. This is quite unusual. Don't usually see this many of them. It's the seniors that have earned the ire of starting marshal. Get back to start finish line. Of course, another racing category is the red flag, and you go barreling past it, you'll be in all kinds of trouble. The red flag is simply indicating to the drivers that they are to form up on the start finish line to be told, spoken to by the marshals. Two that the marshals are speaking to, but was it them that earned the ire of the stewards? A few more drivers, looks like they've been spoken to as well. drivers getting out of the cars and just giving their nose a bit of a tweak. Well, team members being ushered away. See, that's what happens when you start bouncing around off each other. You're going to break your nose. Drivers back in the carts now. Away they go again. Getting plenty of practice and start line discipline. Third time of asking then, as they come through turn 9. Drivers know the rules. Heat of battle, sometimes it's easy to forget the minor things, because you mainly practice where you're going to brake, traction zones, and how you're going to set the cart up and things like that. But sometimes the smaller details, such as start line discipline, can be overlooked. Into the bypass once more. Get it right this time. Teperis leading them through very slowly, it must be said. Through the bypass. Start to gather pace then. Into the columns they come. Green flag held aloft. We're good this time. So the seniors then get their pre-final underway. The first turn they come. Nearly 4 wide towards the back of the field. Oh, we've got 2 off. We've got 2 cars that have gone off. One has just about avoided the grass. One definitely stranded. But towards the front edge, the 354 car. That's Artem's Danilevskis that is stranded. Can he get that car back onto terra firma? We will see. Is that the end of his race before it even got underway? Winding through tail end of the second now come the leaders. Teperis still leads. Ended off the advances of Oliver. I believe it's Oliver Kerr going away in the second. Over the line, the tower will reveal. Oliver Kerr had a horrendous qualifying. Started at the back of second heat. It was indeed Oliver Kerr, and he's got the lead. Good exit from turn 5, and a bit of a difficult exit for Teperis. Has given Oliver Kerr, the 363 car, the lead. Top 6 is the breakaway this time. Teperis, Kerr. Oh, that's a fair amount of fidgeting going on. Teperis from 1st to 6th in the course of the same lap. It's now the top 2 from this group have broken away. There's Kirk and Sestakov. Pretty good lap for the 3-2-1 of Kasper Teperis. Oliver Kirk leads the way. Artem Sestakov chasing him in second. And it's about a second, give or take, to the 3-3-1 of Teperis Delavicius. Has quite a pack behind him. Radionovs, Kirikovs, and Teperis all in that group. Jeremita, a little bit on their own. Top 2. Only 3 of challenge because the next group is not that far away. Kirk was quite loose coming into turn 1. Changing the blink of an eye. Vicious looks on. The 331 car trying to close in that gap. Right behind him is Rodionov's, the 362 car, under all kinds of pressure from the 309 of Kirikov's. Going for the move just yet. Again, these drivers thinking longer term, making the move too early. Weekend of mixed fortunes for Oliver Kirk. Whatever maladies affected him in qualifying have been resolved. Again, he's got this issue of hitting the brakes. Several cars look like they do. And the tail just wants to immediately let go. Kirk and Sestikov's your top two. Around about a second between them. Vicious. You've got Rodionov's, Kirikov's, and Yopanek in almost touching distance, those four. Oh, that's a move for Sestikov's. Goes to the inside line at 12, side by side for the pair of them. And the 357 of Artem Sestikov's for MRG Racing has got the lead. Goes not to just let the lap count go down and counts. The more they fight, the more that's going to fight the next group. What is now 5. Rodionov's has gone ahead with Teperis. 362 car, Romans Rodionov's for MRG. Try and close the gap between his pack and the top two, but with the fighting, well, because they're all fighting, that gap is continuing to grow. Not by much, but it is growing. Sheremita's joined the back of that group, so the top 7 less than 3 seconds apart. And Nevsky sadly was not able to rejoin the race following his muddy departure. Sestikov's leads the way. Sestikov's championship leader coming into this weekend. Kirk, his main rival. Sestikov's was named both of the pre-final and final wins at Kadava. Finals win at Lieutenant. There's an opportunity there, is it? Oh, that was so close. That was Teperis trying a move on Rodionov's for trying to get back under third. Kirikov's is ready in case that goes wrong. Big break away from Opener. Very slightly and immediately defensive goes Rodionov's. Does not allow Teperis to get any kind of traction. Again, very defensive coming down into turn 5. Side by side, Latvia's tried to make the move, and I think it was Kirikov stuck through in the pair of them. Well, you want to talk about opportunistic? Group is potentially going to. Well, it looks like it's trying to fragment in one way and grow in another, because the top 2 of that, which are Rodionov's and Latvia's, have broken away. Top 2 are very much on their own. Kirikov's did get ahead of Latvia's. 3-3. Oh no, beg your pardon, it was Rodionov's has actually fallen behind those two. That's what's through. The Kirikov's is 3rd. Yopana is 4th. Still lots of side-by-sides going. Latvia's is now 5th, behind Rodionov's. Sorry, Latvia's is now 6th, behind Rodionov's. They are on screen at the moment. Coming through turns 9 and 10. Is Delavici going to make the move? No, the door very much shut before he had the chance to go through it. Down into turn 12. Balls on side by side, not quite. Kirinov's on the opposite. Rodionov's right there as well. Always good Delavici. All very, very close together. A tiny bit of breathing space between that group and Sheramita. Dragging along Dominguez, Spikes, Vici, and Robiseva as well. Well, there's just so many potential overtaking moves, such as Delavici getting past the opponent. No, sorry, it's Rodionov's. Oh, there's fidgeting going on all over the place. Who's that that's lost out a couple of positions? It's the 302. Dominguez has lost out. Visky has gone through, and so has Spike. Robiseva is right in the back, big group. A minute to go. Nay. See how much time is left on the clock when they come across again. When the final lap ball is going to come out. Delavici is up into third now. Oh, that was a very loose moment there for Cheramita in the 390 car. The tail really kicking out heavily under braking for turn 5. That's really shuffled up. There's impact. That's the car around. That's the 386 that's gone off. Along with the 389. Savitsky, I think may well have been, maybe 360. There was Spike and Savitsky that's come together. See how they resolved that one, but Savitsky and Spike coming together. Sestakovs from Kurg in top 2 still. Then Vikius on his own there, third. Trio, Rodionovs, Yokola and Kirikovs. The penultimate lap now. Imat has now elapsed. As that is the top 2 arguing still. Sestakovs keeping Oliver Kurg behind. Okay. Thinking about an outside manoeuvre coming down to 14. Couldn't quite get it done though. Oh, that was Scarp facing backwards. That's actually the next grip. Bigger bump. Sestakovs across the line. That's final lap now. Final lap board now being shown. Sestakovs going more defensive down to turn 1. Realising Oliver Kurg is going to do what he needs to do. As Dominguez has lost out to Trabasara for 8th position. Bending off all the advances of Oliver Kurg is the 357 of Artem Sestakovs. Team leader got 3 finals wins already this season. Keeps the door very firmly shut. Going into 12, that's compromised his exit though, but just and only just manages to shut the door on Oliver Kurg. Again, thought about an outside maneuver into 14. It's never really going to work. Bumping his way through. Final few turns, trying to get the inside line on the final one, doesn't quite come off. Sestakovs narrowly takes the win from Oliver Kurg. Delavici in third, Rodionov's 4th, Yopari 5th, Kirikov's 6th, 7th, Dominguez is wrestle 8th on the final few turns of the lap. Artem Sestakovs. Oh, that was a hard-fought victory for the 347. The MRG Racing Gillard chassis. Superb effort. Artem Sestakovs with the win. Oliver Kurg 2nd. Nolas Gudoviskis in 3rd. Romans Rodionovs in 4th. Paul Kasper Yopri 5th. Carlos Kirikov 6th. Lost in the early stages. Artis Jananevskis. The bonus here. One more race for our categories to go. group, which is our DD2s, already formed up. Going. Our DD2s, the Masters. Off they go. So then, on Ellis from Bastines, row 1, Janowskis, Kutikos, row 2, Zemis and Newcamp, row 3, Back Vargas, row 4, Calcium and Garkaklis, row 5, Sai and Solchis, row 6, Wallace and Sealed, row 7, on row 8. Right. Thomas Bastines leading the way in the news. Carol Garkaklis, Masters, top of their respective trees. All the wins currently belong to both of those in their respective categories. All right. Yeah, in great position in respective classes to take away the silverware. Always. Podium celebrations will happen after the event. Final two-ball races happened. Right, so the grid now, the rolling 2x2 line being formed after turn 13. Looks like the back of the field has formed the 2x2. The front, not quite so much. Rush, we're trying to get the 2x2 formed without having to stop. In fairness, the front rows did slow down quite heavily. Gaps. First time of asking. The columns. That's the first time of asking for the DD2s. Right. Does everybody survive the first few turns? Let us see. Does look like they do. Oh, big moves going on already. No changes of position. Through they come. Some of the fastest cars we see of the entire weekend. Oh, some people not wanting to let the lap counter go. Get on with it straight away. Looks like we have the top 3 breaking away. Bastines has lost a spot down into 3rd. Oh me. Before, barely after the words have left my mouth, he baptized the inside of turn 14 back into the 2nd, and does give our race leaders in previous race. Right now, that is Teperis in the 418. Racing Vironat chassis leads the way by about 0.6 of a second. Bastines 2nd, Janowskis 3rd. There's a bit of a gap from 3rd to fairly hefty, well, I say fairly hefty pack, it's almost the entire field behind them. Janowskis, Bastines company. Here comes Rodakis as well, with Jan Zemis in hot pursuit. So 2nd to 4th, all locked in battle at the moment. If you have a duel, you're fairly sure on how you're going to react compared to the one person you're fighting against. But if you've got 3 or more in a group, much more alert on what everyone else is doing. So then, Patrick Noel, hello. Fourth in the championship at the moment. very much like to recover from lost points. No points in the second, in the finals of Kandava. Was dented his championship quite heavily. 2 seconds last time out. Smiladenic. Oh, big defensive posture there for Janovskis against Rudikas. Rudikas thinking about, looked like he was thinking about an outside maneuver at 14. Oh, mechanical warning flag. Needle flag. What for who? No, who knows who's waiting to? The Master's having to hold it because the wind is so strong, it's blowing the flag horizontal. Someone being shown the mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag as it's otherwise known, the orange circle on the black flag. Not certain who that was for. Leaders are not so worried about that though. Lucas looks like he's really poised to make a move on Janovskis. Oh, gives the 422 a bit of a nudge. Has that damaged the nose on the 426? Looks like it's still in position. Looks like he's gotten away with that one. There was a definite touch between the two. Again, the meatball flag is being shown, but who is it being shown to? Certain which cart that is being indicated to. It's definitely on show. Not be popular with the stewards if you continue to ignore the mechanical warning flag. On the head of Janovskis. You know. Don't open the third, but look of it. Zemis and Vec Vargas. Right behind them as well. Top two still locked together. It's almost 2 by 2 by 2. This leads Bursteins. Janovskis from Rudikas and Jan Zemis from Vec Vargas. Oh, trouble for the 508. So that too was getting the warning flag. It was Harold Garkaklis. Has come in. Getting his car seen too. As that's a move for the 455. That's Vec Vargas on Jan Zemis for 5th position. Gets it done down to the turn 5. Nicely done indeed. So with just under 5 minutes of the race to go. 418. Patrick Noel's Loch Mellis still leading the way. And still the meatball flag is out. Somebody else is having that indicating to them. Again, uncertain as to who. Linus and Mickelson's a swap around for 9th position down the field. League groups settling into their rhythm a little bit. Loch Mellis and Bursteins. Don't worry too much about the pair behind them. It's being led by Rudikas. Don't have to worry about them yet, I should say. Before too long, Rudikas has broken free of Janovskis. Loch Mellis once again. Rudikas is definitely getting a position to challenge the top two. 7/10 off of the lead at the moment. In slipstreaming range. Janovskis not far behind. Zenas is falling down the field. So what has happened to the 577? Was he the other car that was being shown? Mikolas Mazinas for ROTAX Racing. Was he also being given the meatball flag? Lost the 595 Kanks early on. Kaklis we know we saw in the pit lane as Mazinas followed suit. Expanded car on the stream, so taking that to mean that Venus was called in. Top three very much have been united now. Thomas Bernstein's championship leader for the DD2 class. Something here to keep the winning streak going, but he's got the 426 of Thomas Rudikas on his tail. Lead of the DD2 Masters is 7th place, number 509. Cards Calciums, the Burlap Baltics team. All eyes are on the top three. Two minutes to go. Potentially 4 laps, depending on when the last lap board is shown. 3. Loch Mellis has a little bit of breathing space. 3/10 such as it is at 3/10 of a second. The pursuer has got their pursuer even closer than that. Bernstein does with Rudikas really breathing down his exhaust pipe. Yes, very, very close behind again. Turn 14, come on, lead. He doesn't again. Rudikas looking on the inside line of 14. Somebody trying to make the move, just make himself really, really obvious to Bernstein. Of course, these guys don't have mirrors, so it's not like he's feeling his mirrors, but metaphorically so, you know when your opponent's near you. You can hear there another engine over your own. The helmet. You just instinctively know that somebody is there. Top group now a united 4 with Janowskis in the tyre tracks of Rudikas right ahead of him. Beck Vargas not far behind either. Boy, he's ready to make a move, but trying to force the mistake. Leaders from NRG. And again, it's the meatball flag being shown, but this time with the final lap board coming out. Good to see the meatball flag coming out, or the mechanical warning flag, as known. Rollis swap round for 10th position. Not in the same class. Oh, that's a trouble. That's the 471 car. It's dragging quite a bit of its tail. It's Mikkelson's. The quartet nearly becoming a quintet up top. Well, the final lap was been shown again, so now we're on the final lap. Must have been the driver number board that was being shown ahead of the mechanical warning flag. Couldn't see it from this camera angle. Ooh, Janowski is flirting with the grass on the exit of turn 7. That has bitten quite a few people already today. Loch Mellis, Bernstein, Rudikas, Janowskis, all very close together. Very, very defensive posture coming up into turn 12. Loch Mellis not leaving anything to chance. Towards turn 14, can he get it done? Anyone get any moves done? It doesn't look like it's so. So, our top 5 cars all in rapid fire order. The checker flag comes out. 418 Loch Mellis takes the win in the Virulence chassis for MRG Racing. Loch Mellis breaks the winning streak of Thomas Bernstein, who comes home in 2nd position. My goodness me. So then, it is Patrick Noel's Loch Mellis on the top step with Thomas Bernstein 2nd, Thomas Rudikas 3rd, Martin Janowskis 4th, Ricards Vargas 5th, with Chris Jansen 6th, Pete Tsai in 7th, Ricards down. We lost in the course of the race. Miklas Bazinas and Armand Kanks. Lars Mikkelsen, we saw damage towards the end of the race. So with the DD2s done, it's now the amateur DD2s that come out. Amateur DD2s, the amateur DD2 Masters, and the DD2 Heavies will come out to play. Penultimate pre-final of the day. It is Carlos Pedikis and Marcus Spikis on the front row. Locke Nellis and Frams, beg your pardon, on row 2. Pavlov and Zuvekis on row 3. Antonevics and Martin Spikis on row 4. Race. Smoke being belched out of the exhaust pipe. Carts. Gold, they belched quite a bit of that. And away they go. All right. As before, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. What can we expect to see here? Any time will tell on that one. As with the rest, 2 warm-up laps. And again, our pole sitter keen to get on with it. You can run off if you like, but it's not going to help you. You will have to wait for everybody else. Rolling flag lap, rolling warm-up lap. Will we get the race underway for the first time of asking? Yeah. Big gap 5th to 6th for some strange reason. All right, yellow flags as always on the exit of turn 13. Leader has slowed right down. Grid now being formed. Training group to catch up with them. We have one trailer at the back. Ah, there we go. Someone was this front. Oh, trouble for 593. That is trouble for 593. Can't come into a hole. He's getting out and unstrapping his helmet. So complete problem then, a complete failure potentially for the 593. The race has been begun, so they have started the race. The starter was happy with the formation, but we have already lost one as the rest of the race gets underway. Slightly smaller grid with our amateur DD2s, but even still, plenty of great racing action ahead of us. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for this one. Already positions being fought for. That's very close. The 544, I think that was. Oh, that's a challenge up into turn 12. I think that was Rodrigo Frams having to go for 3rd. Over the line we come. Now the tower will form. We'll see who is where. Top three still. Just getting into their rhythm a little bit. Ooh, that was someone flirting with the grass. Oh, nearly a side-by-side there. It was the 551 of Edmund Zavekis. 521 having a look. No movement as yet. Again, same spot as that run up to turn 12. Most drivers are favouring. Certainly where we've seen the most amount of overtaking going on. Oh, there's trouble. There was impact there. I couldn't quite see. Kart has come to grief. Yellow flags being shown. I think they were just about getting going again, so the yellow flag shouldn't stay out for too long. So it is Marcus Spikis from Maris Lochmelis and Rams. Oh, big move there for the 521. Rams banzais the inside of turn 12 to take that second spot from Lochmelis. Has been the favorite, one of the favoured overtaking spots all weekend. Marcus Pickers then with about a second's worth of breathing space as he came over the line. What can he do? Can he continue to build that? Will he just do what he needs to do? Just let the lap count go, but Rams wants to close that one down. Marcus Pickett's RM Latvia sponsored kart. There were Sodi chassis. Second. 0.2 seconds when they came over the line last time around. Hey, that is distinctly smaller than that. It is 3/10 gone from that gap. Maris Lochmelis and the Birilat chassis a little bit on their own. Or Martin Spickis, the 507, again flirting with the grass. So we've lost treble 5. Edgar's Brickis, one of the front, and Pavlov as well, the 593. Two of the front runners in this race showing his DNS. Third of the Spickis karts, Juris Spickis, also showing several laps down. So trouble for several cars very early on. But lead Spickis, this is Marcus. Only half a second between himself and Rams. Ellis 2.4 seconds behind the lead two now. Quite some distance back to third. Rams not interested in just letting the lap count, letting the timer go. Wants to get on with it. And again goes for that spot up into turn 12. Marcus Spickers doesn't contest it. Banzai's the inside of turn 12. Can Marcus Spickers stay in the tyre tracks of the 521 kart? Let's see. Pretty comfortable move for Frams in the end. Sometimes as a driver, you know, you just have to concede the position. Already, Frams building up some advantage. word. Frams is really hustling here. Look at the gap that he's already built out. It's already a good second, I'd say. No, definitively when they come over the line. 3.5 minutes to go. Look over the shoulder for Frams, but needn't do so. Second on the nose. Between Frams and Marcus Spickis now. Now this has really fallen back from the lead too. 4.5 seconds back then is Maris Lagmelis. Fourth is Martin Spickis with the heavies. Slowing Frams down, my word. Absolutely flying in this group. As he continues to set the pace up top. 4 laps to continue to assert that dominance. Marcus Spickis now 1.5 seconds back from the lead. You have to contend with that. That is third. Martin Spickis in fourth. Martin Spickis is involved in a battle with 551, which is Edmund Zefekis. Zefix, I beg your pardon. Cosmic Chest. Argument there for fourth. 505 of Dmitry Antonevics in sixth position with Zenis a little bit behind him, only about 1.1 behind over the line before. Stream now looks at the battle for fourth position. Closest on-track battle at the moment. As the Zefix has actually gotten ahead of the second of the Spickises, Martin Spickis. 551. Cosmic Chassis has managed to get position. Actually, I say that's the closest battle. I may well be wrong. It's 57 are fairly close. Antonevics and Zenis. We'll see. Less than a minute on the clock to go. No one is close to Frams at the moment. The blistering pace is deployed in the tail end of this race. He opened up 0.8 of a second on Marcus Spickis that time around. Antonevics and Zenis are close together. 4/10 apart. This is a battle for sixth position between these two, the 505 and the 575 cars. Dmitry Antonevics. Zenis. Will be battling for lower points positions, but they'll still battle with everything they've got, both of them in Sodi chassis. And there's that move again. Oh, Zenis getting the inside line, a bit of a touch on Antonevics. Almost coming to a hole, and Zenis actually letting Antonevics back through. Maybe Zenis felt a little bit too elbows out on that occasion. Good sportsman-like conduct. Well, whatever Frams knows, no one else is able to copy it. Final lap then of this pre-final for the amateur DD2s. It's been an absolute storming performance from the 521 car. Unchallenged up top. Your winner for the DD2 Amateur Pre-Final is number 521 of Fram. Second is the 523 of Marcus Spickis. Third is the 518 of Lochmelis. Round out the podium, Rodrigo Frams. My word, that's... Don't think anybody could really hold a candle to that. So then it's Rodrigo Frams up top, Marcus Spickis second, Marius Lochmelis third, Edmund Zibekis in fourth, Martin Spickis in fifth, Dimitri Antonovic sixth, Artis Zanis in seventh, and Kristaps Kalixins in eighth. We lost Carlis Briggs, Yuris Spickis, and Richard Pavlov in the course of the race. I think two of them didn't start, so again, front runners really a bit of a surprise there. A couple of front runners not able to get going. So our final, pre-final of the day is once again our Tillotson T4s. Single spec, 4-stroke engines in these. They sound very distinctly different to the rest of the field. We have a few stranded carts out there for the marshals to go and retrieve. T4s will be underway very, very shortly. Going through the grid for their 10-minute plus 1 lap. Right then, so it is Daniel Berzins and David Solmans on the front row. Nicholas Cowan and Howard Clarkins row 2. Phyllis Dmitrievs and Rudolf Rupanis on row 4. On row 3, beg your pardon. And Rudolf Thomas Berzins and Elizabeth Sult on row 4. Two of the carts being a bit reluctant to get going by the look of some of the pit crew. And away they go then. So as a reminder, this is a single spec series, so not we don't have different ranges of chassis or tyres or indeed very much else. One of them is a Praga chassis from looking at the entry list. The rest are all Tillotsons. They take part in the Tillotson T4 National Cup. It's more of a cost-effective solution of coming kart racing. Majority of the components all unified. The biggest difference is the organic matter behind the steering wheel. As everyone else, they get 2 rolling warm-up laps led through turns now. Before, I was thinking the long game. Like everyone else, their second longest race of the day, of the weekend. We've got fidgeting going on through the field. Wow, they have slowed down quite early. You don't need to slow down that early. Through turn 9 they come. Looks like it's going to start forming, are they? Yep, there they go. So just after turn 11. Right. Yep, there they go. See then how the field do as they come through the bypass of turn 15. Just helps with the maintaining the 2x2 grid into the columns. It's a go around. Starter not happy. It's the T4's turn to cause a restart. Field then not quite as early on the brakes this time before they form up. And they've formed really nicely, actually, coming up to turn 12. To the bypass of 15 once more. Into the column, starting to pick up speed once again. Are they allowed to go? Yes, they are. We are then racing now for the Tillotson T4 pre-final. You are on that outside line. You really are hung out to drive. The inside group really condensed. You just cannot get into that racing line, hit that apex, and with the field so close, you lose quite a few positions. So who is leading the way as I come back towards my camera position? It is the 919 that still leads. That is 915, Christopher's count, right behind him. 995 car that is looking for third, looking for second, goes to the inside line up at turn 14. Christopher's count demoted back into third. Over the line they come, first time in anger. Lots of finishing going on. So it's Berzin from Dmitriev. There's the 965, excuse me. It is Kirillis Dmitriev. From Cowan, from Gladkins, from Zolmans. Your top five. And in fairness, Elizabeth Sulch is not far behind either in the 925 car. Bit of a gap to the 909 of Rudolph's Berzins. Panis, Revolves, Grossberger, and Jimenez in that second group. B group coming through. Turn 12 now. 919, Daniels, Peters, Berzins leads the way. Dmitriev's second. As mentioned, these are single specs, so there's no speed or cornering or any kind of advantage anywhere based on chassis. It's all about how the driver attacks each corner. Dmitriev's really hustling for the lead at the moment. Wondered if he was going to go for the inside line coming up into turn 5 there. Christopher's count also looming very much behind Dmitriev's. Zolmans is also right in that pack in the 949 car. It's all going to be about who blinks first. Top three just glued together. Zolman's got a great ringside seat for the podium battle ahead of him. Well, Van is very much in it now. Small gap between himself and Gladkins, and Sulch keeping him company. 5th position. So Dmitriev's is ahead of Berzins as they've come over the line. 965 car now leads the way. Cowns and Zolmans look on. Barely anything to tell between the top four. Sky blue livery pair, they've come together. Demetrius and Berzins have come together. That's giving Cowan an opportunity. He's got one. Can he get the other one? Oh, Cowan gets hip checked by Dimitrievs. And they remain as they are, unbelievably. Cowan had a real opportunity there, but couldn't quite do it. And that's invited Glackens and Salts to join them. So now it's a top six, all fighting for the lead. 8.5 tenths of a second separates the top six. Dimitriev still leads the way. The warmth must feel like the world of pressure on his shoulders. I'm just looking for an opportunity now. Again, because they're all unified carts, single spec series, getting those advantages is even more difficult. Zolmans looks on as well. Oh, defensive posture there for Bezic that turns into an offensive posture against Dimitrievs. Manages to keep Cowan behind and then steals the lead away coming through turn 14. Brilliant move from Daniels Teperis Berzins to reclaim the lead of the race. Glackens and Salts falling slightly off the back of the top four. Ulmans is still poised now for a move on Christoph's count. Turn 9 they come. With these being single spec, is that move up at turn 12 so opportunistic for them? Well, these four just all mule training at the moment. Dimitriev's getting a bit fidgety behind Berzins, but no move being made just yet. Half a second separated the top four as they came over the line. It's the meatball flag again. Who is it for? It's still out, so it's not for the top six, potentially. Unfortunately, we can't see which card number is on the board that's displayed underneath it from our camera position here. We just have to wait to see who suddenly comes into the pit lane. He's looking behind him, but probably doesn't want to look to see how many eyes are staring at him. Through turn 10. It was 11. Again, no one opting for that big bounce I move. It's also not a very big braking zone for these karts up into turn 12. It's another thing to bear in mind. They don't have to scrub off too much speed. So trying to make a move work anywhere is therefore made more difficult. Who fell? It was Glatkins. It was the 991 kart. Harry Glatkins. That was in the Praga chassis, the odd one out, essentially. That was being given the mechanical warning flag. That's left Elizabeth Salts on her own. Try and chase the lead group. Only 2 minutes left to close them down. Sun peeks through the clouds once again. Still Daniels Berzins from Dimitrievs, from Cowan, from Zolmans. The top four still as they were. Now Berzins has a little bit of breathing space. I'm sure Dimitrievs would very much like right now. Zolmans and Cowan are swapped round. Zolmans now up into podium contention. Can he keep Christopher's Cowan behind him? Or can he possibly attempt to attack Dimitriev's? Nearly impact between the top two. So that 3/10 lead that Berzin's had has gone. Now it's Cowan that's falling very slightly off the back of this group. As soon as I've said that, he gets a really good run through 11, 12, and 13. Has put himself right back in contention. Zormans thinks about outside of 14. Doesn't commit to it, though. Ultimate lap now beginning with less than a minute on the clock. Dimitriev thinks about going for that inside maneuver on Berzin's. Can't do it, though. The door gets unceremoniously slammed in his face from Dimitriev's. Oh, is that some opportunity there for Zormans? He's got him down into turn 5. Dimitriev's demoted down to 3rd. Good run through the first few turns, and that is Zormans up into 2nd. Okay, so it is just Daniels Teperis Berzins that stands in Zormans' way. The timer has elapsed, so the final lap board will be presented to them this time around. There it is. So final lap then, as big look over his shoulder for Berzins, but he's looked the wrong way as Zormans thinks about outside of turn 1. Traction he needs. He's going to go for 5, is he? No, again, can't quite do it. Berzins just with enough momentum to keep Zormans at bay. As Dimitriev's looked one way and Cowan went the other. I think they've remained where they are. But very, very defensive from Dimitriev's. Again, the big move up into turn 12 being denied from those trying to make it. Although Dimitriev's is wrong-footed coming out of turn 12. Cowan goes to the outside line. Can he get it done? As Zormans thinks about an outside maneuver coming into 14 as well. But that door gets shut in his face again. Brilliantly defended from Daniels Berzins over the line to take the win. It comes 919 by the merest amount. So Berzins from Zormans, from Dimitriev's, from Cowan, from Sultz. God, wow. Brilliantly driven again from the Tillerson T4 category. Superb. Daniels Teperis Berzins takes the win by less than 1/10 of a second ahead of Davis Zormans. Then Kyrillis Dimitriev's in 3rd, Christopher's Cowan in 4th, Elizabeth Johan Sultz in 5th, Rudolf Rupanis in 6th, Dace Grossberger 7th, Oritz Marius Revolt in 8th, Rudolf Toms Berzins in 9th, Edvars Kiminis in 10th. We lost Harry Glatkins in the course of the race. He was being shown the mechanical warning flag, or the meatball flag, in the course of the race. It is now time for the finals. And already our Micromax drivers ready for their last race of the day. This is the longest race of all the categories. It is 1 minute plus a lap for the Micro and the Minimax. 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Everyone else except for the Tillerson T4s, theirs is only 12. As soon as the last of the tidying up is done, we will get the last races of the day underway. All right, so the final Micromax grid, it is Benson's from Pitkovis on the front row, Yozaitis and Kritzionis on row 2, Lapins and Zimnikis row 3, and Os and Taurins on row 4. So Carlos Benson's, beg your pardon, wanting to try and extend that championship lead. It was a narrow lead, as we've said, coming into this weekend from Martin's lap hands. Pretty much the rest of the field locked in their own battle. They are having a race amongst themselves again. So the second of their warm-up laps, no good forming the... well, you could form the 2x2 now, but you've got a very long way to drive it. It's just drivers returning to the position they should be in. They are allowed to fidget during the formation, during the warm-up laps, but as long as they are in the correct order when they form the 2x2. Take the gun. And now is when they form. All right, so it all comes down to this. Ooh, that was a bit of a bump there. They have slowed down quite early. I think that's what some of the drivers were gesticulating about. Through the bypass for the final time of warm-up for the Micromax contingent. Into the columns. Do they get started? Nope, they do not. There have been a few of these, unfortunately. That's the way it is, sadly. Ooh, dear, oh dear. Lots of tyre squealing and cars slightly out of position coming up into turn 12 there. And they formed the 2x2 quite early. It's catching some of them by surprise because they do slow it down quite a bit. Again, some of the drivers trying to gesticulate towards the pulsator to get on with it. So the pack is slowed down. Teperis, Pitkovis, the outside line of the front row. Here they come again into the columns. Do they start? Yes, they do. For the second time I'm asking then, it is the Micromax final. And how do we get on? Oh, there's someone that's really losing out. Again, just caught out on that outside line, but this time coming through turn 4. Top 3 have broken away slightly. still being led by number 3, Carlos Benson's very colourful Emilius Yalzitis is up into second. The number 17, the MRG Rating Gillard chassis. Yalzitis is fourth, registered 6th in the championship at the moment. It is Carlos Benson's that is leading the way. It's actually a 4-4 now. Lappins and Pitkovas swapping around. So, again, our second place starter, Oskaras Pitkovas, down into fourth. Oh, that was Yositis being caught out. Big move by the number 69 car, Martis Lappins. The Parolin chassis getting that inside line and up into second. That's allowed Benson's to get some breathing space. That's not what you want to do. With both of the pre-finals and finals races, Smilteni last time around was Carlos Benson's. Sticking to that inside line is Lappins to keep Yositis at bay. As for the second group of 4, Nikas leads that one. Gracianis right on his tail. Tarrans and Os bring up the rear of the field. Benson's 3/10 over the line. 3/10 of a second advantage, but that can disappear as much as a corner. Lappers, Yalzitis and Pitkovas very, very close together. Oh, that's an opportunity there for Pitkovas. 48 car got the momentum. Not sure he even hit the brakes coming up into turn 12. Barely looked like it. Got the inside line of Yositis. Second to fourth in the course of a couple of laps for the number 17. Well judged, well executed. It's third then. Benson's extended his lead very slightly over Lappins. Nothing motivates a driver more than being able to see his arch rival. Nikas and Krautsionis arguing for fifth as we've got side by sides here. That's Lappins. He's lost 2. He's off the road. He's off the track. Can he get back on? He can. That was on the outside line of turn 10. Whilst going side by side with Pitkovas. And also Yositis. Yositis now up into second. It's given Benson's all this breathing room he needs. Yositis second, Pitkovas third. Lappins all the way down to the back of the field now. Benson's 1.5 seconds near enough in the lead, 1.4 over the next 2. Yositis and Pitkovas tied together, along with Krautsionis and Zimnikis. They've swapped round in the course of the last lap. To bide their time. It's their longest race of the day. They want to really, really just push constantly. Last race of the weekend will always be the most tiring for them, or indeed for anybody in fairness. Carlos Benson's extending the lead by about 1/10 of a second. Zimnika's back ahead of Krautsionis for 4th position. with Oss about 8/10 back. And Lapins with a lot of ground to try and make up. Ooh, that's Pitkovis trying to size up the move up into 12. And he's gone through. Again, the favourite overtaking spot. From Pitkovis, not sure who that was to. That's allowing Benson's even more space, which I'm sure he's not arguing about whatsoever. Pitkovis now back up into second place, the starting spot of the race. As Martins Lapins has gotten ahead of Ivo Oss. In wooden spoon avoidance. Carlos Benson's unchallenged now, 2 seconds to the good up front. Doesn't need to push, but no doubt will, because they are racing drivers. That is what racing drivers do. Pitkovis and Yositis still locked in battle. Pitkovis was really deep coming down into turn 14. But Yositis could not use that momentum to his advantage. Now potentially looks to do so, gets the inside line up into turn 1. Pitkovis doesn't fight it, and that is second back in the hands of the number 17 car. Gracianis is back ahead of Zimnikas again for 4th place. So that battle continues to rage on. As well as a 3-way fight for wooden spoon avoidance between Tarrins, Lapins and Oss in 7th and 8th respectively. Can Pitkovis work his way back through? Well, Yositis is trying his best to keep red, white and black carts behind him. As they are for now. Every which way to do something about Yositis ahead of him is Pitkovis. No dice as yet. Benson's now leads by 3.5 seconds, and Zimnikas is back ahead of Gracianis again. Lapins has got ahead of Tarrins as well on his recovery drive. Finds himself now 10 seconds behind the leader. Absolutely glued together. Yositis and Pitkovis and Zimnikas and Gracianis. 2 duos still fighting for their own bit of real estate. Is Pitkovis going for the move this time? No, he's remaining in the tyre tracks of the number 17. As Benson continues to dance off into the distance. Gracianis ahead of Zimnikas again. Every lap those two have been fighting. Zotis remaining ahead of Pitkovis for now, keeping the advances of Oscaris at bay. Oh, and that's a move on the inside of 14. And that's Pitkovis back up into second again. Now, how well has he timed it? There's less than a minute on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap. Has he timed that right, or has he gone a little early? Zitis does have time to try and counterattack. Gracianis and Zimnikas are going to be joined by Martis Lappins very soon. So the duo for fourth becomes a three-way fight. This is where Clovis is going to have to worry about it. Here comes the next groups of Gracianis and Zimnikas, swapping positions all race long. There goes Zimnikas. I beg your pardon, it's Gracianis that's actually getting back up into fourth. He lost the position in the course of the lap, and he's just got it back again. Lappins is going to be joining this fight. As the final lap board is now shown. As already Zimnikas has a go and manages to get the move done. Down into turn one, nicely done. Do or die now or never. Feast or famine for the drivers. Final racing lap of the weekend. I don't think Benson's got anything to worry about now. What about Vitkovis and Yazitis? Vitkovis very heavily defensive going into turn 12. Almost compromised his exit. Yazitis couldn't quite get the overlap he needed. Oh, but that's a very deep line for Pitkovis. Just manages to fence it off. So the winner for the finals of the Micromax race is Carlos Benzins. Oh, that was so close between Pitkovis and Yazitis. By 7,000ths of a second, Pitkovis takes second. Wow, not even the width of the bumper. That was superb between the pair of them. Yazitis bouncing his car over the line. So Carlos Bensons takes the win. Oskaras Pitkovis second. That's over 7,000ths of a second from Emilis Yazitis. Taurus Simnikas claims fourth ahead of Remigius Krasionis. Martis Lapans just finishes again by half a tenth behind them. Rodrigo Terrins in seventh with Ivo Was rounding out the field. That is it for the Micromax. They get to pack up. But a lot of families have drivers in several categories. And they may well wish to enjoy the rest of the racing with us here at the Baltic Circuit. But what a great way to see out the Micromax racing. It was action from beginning to end. It was such a narrow finish as well. Next up is going to be the Minimax category. They've just been released from the holding area. 2 rolling laps for them. Lucas Jokius is trying his best to lead the way. So it is Zenas from Collinson on the front row, Jokius and Meneses on row 2. Glucksner and Drieber on row 3. Right the way down to the 7th row, 13th place, Kononovs. A number of karts involved and still looking to do well, finish the weekend on a high. There's Jokius, GS Racing Clubs, leading the championship. Collinson to upset that. Rodrigo Kakis was second in the championship leading into this weekend, but it's not gone his way. His visit to the Baltic Circuit. Collinson very much putting the opening rounds at Kandava behind him with a double win at Smiltene. Field to work their way through turns 8 and 9 now. Should now start to form up. Turn 13. That's where they are. 2x2 line. Whoops, slightly fragmented. Camp through the turn 15 bypass. Do we get the mini maxes underway on the first time of asking? They've had a few restarts this weekend. Yes, we do. First time of asking, the mini max is underway. Micro max, we've done those. Right then. Oh, they've got several people stranded on the outside of turn 2. Who is going to come out on top? Well, looks like it's Mazinis that is leading the way. Oh, we've got one off onto the grass on the exit of turn 7. It did manage to recover fairly quickly. Quite see who it was that went for a bit of a muddy excursion. The top 4 have broken away. It's Mazinis from Jokies. This one in line, I think it's Kakas. And then it's Collinson. Bit of a shuffle at the top. Everybody's still rolling on. There's Mazinas from Jokies, from Pluxner, I beg your pardon, from Collinson. And Hanslin, Ministers and Dreber. Kakas is right down in 12th. Goodness me. Not ideal for the driver running second of the championship. Top 4 glued together. Pluxner was looking like he wants to try and make a move on Jokies, but doesn't make the move just yet. To turn 12, who does it? You see Jokies thinking about it. Let's not commit this time. So then, the 151 of Mayas Mazinas leads the way. Not in Smiltenek last time out. Dreber gets ahead of Meneses for 6th position on the last lap. Mazinas would very much like the win. Really help make up for lost time. 169 car of Clark's hands is a little bit in no man's land at the moment. 8 tenths behind the lead group. As Collinson has a look on the inside line. Can't commit to it though. Against Pluxner. Slightly unusual place to do it on the inside of 10. Goes for the more traditional one up at turn 12. And that is Jack Collinson up into 3rd place. Definitely allowing Clark's hands to close in. Extreme of cars behind Meneses right the way down. Did the rest of the field. The whole field separated by just 5.3 seconds. 13 cars involved in that. Dreber and Meneses very, very close together for 6th position. Top. Anything standing between the top 4. It's not far behind either. Turn 14. Yes, would certainly like to add more podiums to the tally. 1st and 2nd at Candavar, a pair of 3rds. Miltenek. Looks like Hans is being caught by Dreber. So 169 car, not quite on the pace of the top 4. It's going to have to start playing defensive soon. Dreber and Meneses right behind him. At the moment, the top 4 just Just in the rhythm. It's very easy to say from an outsider's perspective, but when you are really flat out, the last thing you really think about is rhythm. Collinson thinking about an inside maneuver there on Patrikas Jokius. The top four all within a second of each other. Pluxner now falling off the back of the top three. Is he able to do anything about it? As that's a very big defensive posture, I think, from Dreber. Or was it? Oh no, it was hands from Dreber, I beg your pardon. Oh, and that's trouble for the 131. That's Kononov's. Off into the dirt. It's so wet out there. If the grass was dry, you might have half a chance. Oh, and that's Collinson. No, it's Jokius, beg your pardon. They're trying to defend against Collinson. Jack not able to do anything about the 125 car ahead of him. Giving Myas Mazinas, ROTAX Racing Tony Chassis. Enjoyed breathing space, I dare say. Very, very defensive there from Jokius. Oh, and a big move there, very much out of nowhere from Jack Collinson, as that sent Jokius very deep, coming out of turn 5. Collinson up into second. Jokius now already playing defensive, and he's lost 2 more positions as Pluxner and Dreber have gone through. And Dreber then just gets the inside line on Pluxner. That's a great series of overtakes there from the 113. Martin Dreber in the energy chassis. Very opportunistic overtaking there, as then straight away, that's the 163 of Pluxner. Has a look on Dreber. That is for 3rd overall. Zenas from Collinson, from Pluxner now your top 3. Dreber still glued to the back of Pluxner. Jokius, then Menezes. Hans, your top 7 there, separated by 5 seconds. And Bundis and Kakas very close together, along with Grantins. So 3 carts there for 8th place. Spike and Dargus for wooden spoon avoidance to the back, with Kononov sadly burying himself axle deep in mud. Three and a half minutes remain. Zenas very, very thankful for the battling going on behind him. Well, Jack Collinson would somewhat prefer if he didn't have someone breathing down his exhaust pipe. Oh, Jokius on the inside of Dreber coming up into turn 1. Jokius now up to 3rd. Jokius from Dreber, from Pluxner, 3, 4, and 5, with Menezes back of the group. The next 3. Bundis, Kakas, and Grantins very close together. Some Drebers. Again, Dreber thinking about that outside maneuver in 12. Doesn't come off though. Oh, that's wrong-footed. Nicely done there. The 126 car, Menezes, wrong-footed by Hans for 6th place. Bundis that's fallen down to 10th position. 2 minutes to go. Top 2 at the moment are secure on where they are. Dreber is now the one in 3rd with all the pressure on his shoulders. Dreber was 6th in the championship leading into this round. very much enjoy a podium. What can Jokius do to relieve him of it? He's got 2 laps to figure it out. Of course, Driba got very loose in the braking zone of turn 1. Kakas now down into 10th. That battle, 3-way fight for 8th position, is still very, very fierce. It's closing in on Mazinas, so Collinson may get close enough to challenge before the checker flag falls. Steve, but in the meantime, looking at Driba and Jokius fighting for the last podium step. Okay, so it is still 2 laps. My apologies, I get the timings wrong. 2 more seconds before the last lap board is held out. Zenas still leads the way. Collinson is still closing in. Is it high enough? That's going to be the question. Reba can't focus on the top 2. He has to keep his eyes very much on what Jokius is doing. Brilliant job of keeping the 125 car behind him. Martin's Reba. How long can he maintain it for? Last lap board is now out. Oh, and there goes Jokius having a look on the inside line coming up towards turn 1. That caught Driba slightly unawares. And that is 3rd place for the 125 car. Oh, I wondered if Driba was trying to draw alongside that. Coming through turn 5. Didn't quite happen. Right behind him is Pluxner. One mistake or one slight change of line could really rearrange this particular field. Well defended there from Driba. So Mazinas is going to take the win. First one of the season. Jack Collinson is going to chase him over another podium. And right behind him is going to get really close. They're impacting between each other. But Driba just managed to hang on to the... Jokius has actually shown ads coming through into 3rd position right at the end there. And Myas Mazinas for ROTAX Racing comes home and takes the win. Jack Collinson in 2nd. Patrick Jokius is showing his 3rd. Martin Driba 4th. Juris Pluxner 5th. Alex Menesis in 6th. Klaus Hand 7th. Rodrigo Kakas in 8th. Miko Grant is in 9th. Jonas Pundis rounding out the top 10. Kaita Spike in 11th. Dominic Stargus in 12th. We lost, unfortunately, Marks Kononov finding the grass a little bit too wet to drive back out. So the Mini-Max can call it a day now. As the juniors will now take to the stage. Their 14-minute race plus 1 lap. The next 4 races will all be 14 minutes apiece. We get to enjoy some brilliant racing from both of the micro and the mini maxes. So as carts are recovered, the holding area as the juniors in. It is again a very packed field for our juniors. It's Strele from Pemre Tions from Stolchamane. For your row 2, row 3 is Yark versus Splinter. Russia and Narusk on row 4. Several drivers really keen to get on with it. Lisa Stolchamane particularly quite animated in the holding area. Sodi chassis out there. Off they go. Adrenaline clearly running high in quite a few of the drivers. 2 rolling laps. Vigorous weaving going on to get the heat into the tyres. 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Longest races of the weekend. And see then how our competitors do. Already coming to the end of their first warm-up lap. Couple of stragglers at the back of the field. That hasn't made too much of a difference so far. Everybody has done a great job of forming up when they've needed to. So here come the field then on the exit of turn 11. And the marshal's doing a superb job of informing the drivers, or reminding the drivers to slow down. A few bits of weaving going on in the formation. Form the columns. Pick up speed. Does the starter let them go? No, he doesn't. It's a wave around, unfortunately. Okay. Got to do it all again now. Good practice, if nothing else. Out of turn 12 they come. So they'll now start to form up once more. And still weaving to be done as they work their way through the turn 15 bypass once more. Into the columns. Does the race starter allow it this time? Yes, he does. We are racing then. The junior final underway. There's already bumping going on up front. Oh, no, that's impact. Oh, 2 cars have gone off. Oh, my goodness me. That's one very heavily buried in the mud. Another may well be recoverable. So that's Adrian's Tions was one of them. I think that was Stolchamane was the other. Oh, there's still a lot of fighting going on throughout the field. Goodness me, not the start of the finals that you want. Sometimes if you happen to go through the restart again, can Mess with the mind of some drivers. Right. When the carts come past the line, we'll have the tower formed. We'll see the winners and losers of that. So Strele still leads. And it is Marcus Yauk up into second position with the 241 of Timur's Peserstia for SM Racing. Up into third, a great start. It wasn't the Tions and Stochamana that were the two that came together and came off the track. Wow. It's going to be interesting because when you have a start like this that really mixes up the grid, it could well give an opportunity to those that haven't always fought towards the front for whatever reason to do exactly that. Tom Strella leads the way from Marcus Yauk. Big disaster for Adrian Tions, who led the championship coming into this race from at least ultimately to the two championship leaders falling, not necessarily falling at the first hurdle, but I don't think Adrian Tions got going again. I think Stoltemana has. Tom Strella wasn't at Kandavar, but took both wins at Quintele. Smiltene is in a great position to capitalize here, but does have the 288 of Marcus Yauk right on his tail. Moises has lost a few positions again these early laps. You will have quite a few position changes. Look at the top two, absolutely glued together now. In the green and black, number 288, Aero Racing Team, Tony Chassis. Lining up the 238, the SM Racing of Tom Strella. Very, very hard fought duel for the lead with these two. Becarica, 241. Teamers in the SM Racing, number 241 car in third. About half a second gap between himself and Fernando Pemre. Top two, though, very, very glued together. Oh, and there's that move up at turn 12. Yauk has got that position. Marcus Yauk for Aero Racing. Gets that inside line up at turn 12. Strella went to defend it, but returned to the racing line a little bit earlier than Yauk was. Yauk didn't need another invitation on that one. Strella went to the racing line, and the door was open enough for Marcus Yauk to blast through it. Pemre and Vicalica have swapped rounds. Fernando Pemre up into the podium spots then at the 277 car. Another one of the Tony chassis. Then leading the group behind them is Moises in the 250. It's the MRG X Spirit car. Up front, Marcus Yauk now leading the way. One potential problem he'll have is that he's got a long way to defend. At the moment, he's building no gap between himself and Tom Strella. Oh wow, Tom Strella doing a great job of staying right at the tyre tracks of Marcus Yauk. Never mind. Strello banzais the inside of turn 5, and the lead is back in his hands again. I get the feeling this is what we're going to be treated to all race long. Not a complaint whatsoever. It's going to be very taxing on them, but these aren't first time races, of course. They built their way up to the ROTAX Max Junior category. Defending inside like him through turn 14. Keeps Tom Streller at bay. At least for now, but that battle is going to go on and on and on. Vikas, Glinter and Semet are in a great battle. Narisk is losing more positions, unfortunately. Pemray has got himself some breathing space. Can he gain on the top two? He's got time. We're only just hitting halfway in the race, so it's not impossible that Fernando Pemray could close in on the top two, especially if they continue to fight. There's a bit more of a defensive posture there from Tom Streller. That compromises his exit from turn 13. Then immediately glues himself to that defensive line. Turn 14, nothing that Marcus Yauk can do about it. In the background, Fernando Pemray. Let's see what the gap was. 2.8 last time, 2.5 this time around. So he is gaining on the top two. Is he gaining quick enough? Only really time's going to tell. Glinter and Chekovikis have swapped round for 6th position. What does part of the strategy that these drivers are going to have to think about? Do they go for the move as quickly as they can, or do they try and do it as late as possible to give their opponent less time to counterattack? Well, pros and cons to both. If you manage to get it done and make it stick early, then you can hopefully try and build a gap to secure that position. But alternatively, if you do it late, your opponent has no time to counterattack you. But leave it too late, of course, the race will be over. Pemray has lost a couple of tenths on the top two on that lap. Dolcimani on her recovery drive has gone ahead of the 236 of Freddie Cadistick. It's incredible how close these drivers, in fact, in most of the categories, can drive so close for so many laps. The top two come. So Pemray's fallen further behind the top two. Could be that we'll be able to play a part in the top two's fight. Most of the field are fairly well spread out, just involved in their own little world, essentially. Keeping an eye on those that are ahead, but not close enough to attack any of them, except for these two. These two in the lead of Strele and Yauk. Strele is going to feel so much pressure. No matter what he does, Marcus Yauk has an answer to keep him very much in those tyre tracks. Although this time around, it does look like Tom Strele has managed to build a slight bit of breathing space. It's only slight, but it will be enough to keep the gap as it is, preventing Marcus Yauk from being able to attack. 12 and 13 come our leaders. efficient for Strela to maintain. It's only about 0.3 of a second gap. Now up to 0.4 of a second. Doesn't necessarily need to run off into the distance. Doesn't need to set fastest lap each in every lap. One less than half 1 second around. Just 2 laps to go. Tires could be getting tired. Drivers could certainly be getting tired by this point. The final lap board being shown. If anyone's got anything left in reserve, now's the time to use it. Especially with championship leader Adrian Steons retiring from the race early on. Perfect opportunity for Tom Strela to continue his finals winning streak at least. Missed out at Candabar. Smiltene took both of the finals wins. Looks set to do so again. A second between himself and Marcus Yauk. Over the line. Through the final few turns for the final time this weekend. And hands in the air. He's happy about that. Is the number 238 of Tom Strela. Marcus Yauk comes home in second with 277. Fernando Pemre coming home in third. So whilst the rest of the field were kind of involved in their own arguments, Tom Strela that was not an easy win. You can see he's delighted about it. Rightly so. And good driver's respect between Yauk and Strella there. So Tom Strella takes the win. Marcus Yauk in second. Fernando Penry third. Timos Perset Pekalika in fourth. Marco Plinter fifth. Gabriels Moises sixth. Olodas Chekavicius in seventh. Hans Marcus Narusk in eighth. Robin Semmert in ninth. Alice Stottermana, following that early collision with Adrian Tions, drops her down to 10th with Freddie Kashatik in 11th place. The juniors are now done. Time for the seniors. Okay. Juniors are now done. The biggest grid of the weekend. Okay. Artems Sestakovs was leading the way. 3 out of the 4 wins of the pre-finals and finals. Just second at the pre-finals is Smith Dellet from Oliver Kirk. The only blot to that winning streak leading into this weekend. And away they go from the holding area. So it is Kirk Gudelevikius on the front row, Sestakovs and Rodionovs on row 2, Yeperi and Kilikovs on row 3, Shenomita and Timinkas on row 4. Drobiseva on row 5, Spike on row 6. Gerolitius on 7th, Reekstein's 8th. On row 8, all the way down to row 10. "14 minutes plus 1 lap. Final outing of the senior category. 4 races, including this one, of the afternoon left to go. The second rolling lap gets underway. Very windy. The rain has stayed away. Unlike yesterday, where there was, for a certain part of the weekend, an absolute monsoon. The leaders now coming up to turn 11. Start to slow down. After 13. There's the common forming point. There they go. Front row is now beginning to form. Still lots of weaving going on. And, goodness me, that is a very slow rolling lap. Rolling start, I should say. Just coming through the turn 50 bypass now. And into the columns they go. Green flag held aloft. Will we get underway the first? The answer is no. Starter not happy. Round they go again. The starting marshal decides that there's too big a gap. He will not start it. If the columns are not entirely correctly formed, they will not begin the race. Another start then. A few of the grids have needed restarts on this event. Oh, there is a big gap from the top 4 to everybody else. come everyone else now. Oh, wow, the race leader, or one of the front row karts, very much out of position. Weave his way through. Just about managing to form the 2x2s in line. Into the columns they come once again. Do we get a start for the second time of asking? Oh dear, no. Something has very much gone wrong there. Several drivers' hands aloft like, what is going on? And yeah, as is, we've seen a few times, the red flag now coming out for grids to be held on the start finish line. For the marshals to have a word with the offending items. Same drivers that is causing the starting marshal not to allow them to go, as is compulsory. If the start is delayed on 2 consecutive occasions, it is red flagged. They're held on the grid and they are spoken to individually. The marshals now start to speak to several of the drivers. So one of the drivers having a look at the front of the kart has asked him Sestikov's championship leader. One of the other drivers towards the back of the field also beckoning over a member of their crew. Something potentially not quite right with the kart. Not sure which of the drivers it is that is stood to the side of the car at the moment. And looking at the nose. He's climbing back in, so hopefully all now well with whatever malady was going on. I don't know what's going on with the front row. Okay. Green flag held aloft, and there it goes. So the kart's now underway. It'll be the third time of asking. Through. Turns 8 and 9 once more. It's pretty warm out there for marshals and spectators. It's got to be pretty toasty for the drivers in full racing gear. Reformed once again into the 2x2, and still lots of weaving going on. Okay. Very, very slowly through the turn 15 bypass. The driver's gesticulating at something. Will we get underway for the third time of asking? The starting flag held aloft. Into the columns they come. It's another wave around. Well, that is a first for the weekend. This will be the fourth start, and it's red flagged again. Wow. From our senior category, you would somewhat expect the racing discipline to be slightly more on point, but misunderstandings happen. But to need 4 restarts, that's I have seen it happen. I've also seen drivers disqualified from races for requiring this many restarts. The pole sitter is being spoken to. There's several drivers that are gesticulating, but could also be just kind of stretching because they have been sat down for a while. See, all the drivers are still in their carts. Doesn't look like anybody's being hoiked from the race. This will, of course, delay proceedings for our remaining races. There's another 3 that are due to take part after this one. The team is currently enjoying the pictures from the drone camera. It looks like the drone's about to land. One of the drivers has come out. So artist Danielewskis has come over to the cart of Rikards Kaikulis. He's looking at the front. I was trying to help him with something on the nose. Whatever manhandling as was needed seems to have been concluded between the 2 drivers. And away we go again then. Now the drone's joining in. Okay. So 2 aborted, 3 aborted starts. This could well affect the duration of races later in the schedule. We'll have to see. That I've also seen happen as well. There have been significant delays in races early in the calendar, early in the schedule. These will be the ones at the end of the schedule that suffer. There have been significant delays in races early in the calendar, early in the schedule. But we will see. And once again, we are formed into the 2x2 lines. We're going slightly quicker this time. Let's see, can the seniors get this one underway? Starting flag held aloft, they gain speed. And we are racing this time. A bit of bumping going on, coming down through turn 1. Lead has remained so close. A few people bouncing off the apexes, which is always going to be painful in go-karts. No matter which chassis of go-kart you're in. Everybody has made it through. First few turns. Unscathed. I'm sure there's going to be a few frayed tempers now with that many restarts needed. Already a lead building. Championship leader Artem Sestakovs will certainly be wanting to improve on his 4th place start. All side-by-sides going on down into turn 14. And a bumping going on into through the rest of the turns as well. All right, let's have a look at the tower. Let's see who is going through where. As we've got a side-by-side going on down into turn 1. No change of position though. It's Oliver Kirk that is up top with Artem Sestakovs in 2nd. Then Davidis Delavicius in 3rd place. Oh, someone bounced very heavily off of the apex at turn 6. Kirk. Running to about 7/10 of the gap. Sestakovs also with some breathing space. Did when they came over the line. Delavicius. Go better. 4th. Rodionov's 5th. Kikaros. Big group. 2nd to 6th. Very, very close together now. Oliver Kirk. 2nd in the championship behind Artem Sestakovs. So the top 2 of the championship, 1 and 2, in reverse order. It's Oliver Kirk that is making the most of that, building up nearly a 2nd gap, whilst Artem Sestakovs has got the advantage of Davidis Delavicius right behind him. Oh, you better. In 4th position. Okay, so the top group of 4 still very close together. Sestakovs started to break away very, very slightly from Delavicius. Oh, that's a move. That's Yopere. And also Rodionovs getting through on Delavicius, coming through turn 2. Oh, big! That's a huge banzai there from, I think, Kirikovs. Truth, that was a very big move, trying to get past 2. Whoa, big snap there. Oh, that's 362 that's gone off and into the water. That's Rodionovs. Gone off into the water and straight off the road, straight into the water. Sestakovs is still fading off the advances. But yeah, absolutely stranded in the water. You are not getting that one going. Oh my goodness me, lots of side-by-sides coming through turn 14 and 15. They do manage to sort themselves out. So Kirk from Sestakovs from Yopere. Kirikovs. Delavicius down into 5th position. Rodionovs, as we know, is very much out to sea now. Oh, again, side-by-sides going through. Well, is that... That's surely not Rodionovs, is it? No, I don't think it was. No, his cart's still stranded in the water. So then, now we finally get the pecking order established. Oliver Kirk leads Artem Sestakovs by around about 0.6 of a second up top. Bisky and Perla swap round in 10th position. 13 cars separated by less than 10 seconds. Reichstein's having some difficulty, as we know Rodionov's out of the race. here is a definite battle we can see on stream at the moment. I think that's Kirikovs and Gudelevikis. A lot of potential battles for me. Well, not least of which the top three, Gerg, Sestikovs and Jopere, all now close together. Within a second, the top three. Fastest lap to Sestikovs as well. Kirikovs, a bit of a distant fourth position in the 309. Oliver Kerg, from having failed to qualify, failed to set a qualifying time yesterday, started at the back of the field in Heat 2, leading the way. He knows full well he is going to have a hell of a job keeping Artem Sestikovs behind him. Fastest lap now going to Oliver Kerg. Great ringside seat for the lead battle ahead of him. Another three-way fight there. There's Dominguez, Spike, and Shedamita. Sixth position that is being fought very hotly. As close as our lead three are. Right under the drone. Oliver Kerg is really driving on his instincts. He knows Artem Sestikovs are there. If they had mirrors, he'd be staring at them. There's a reason why these two are the championship leaders. He's not too far behind them. He's fifth in the championship at the moment. If the race were to finish now, that would be Kasper Joel Jopere's first podium of the season. And there goes Sestikovs, inside line of turn 14. Oliver Kerg knew it. Didn't fight it too hard, didn't do anything silly. Let the overtake happen. Fastest laps as well to Artem Sestikovs. Oliver Kerg is not just going to let that one slide. Oh, like so. Inside line, parks it on the apex of turn 5. Here comes Jopere on the outside line of 6. Slightly unusual place, but couldn't quite get it done. Kirikovs now joins. So the trio becomes a quartet. The 309 of Carlos Kirikovs from MRG Racing also joins this fight. And that's an inside maneuver at 12 for Jopere. Again, that's Sestikovs that's been demoted. So Oliver Kerg back up in the lead. Sestikovs from first to third in the course of the lap with a gap between first and second. Very early defensive posture there for Jopere. Kirikovs now very much involved in this. Is exactly what Oliver Kerg would have wanted. Oh, now side by side coming out turn 5. So who was the winner there? Well, Sestikovs is in second now. Jopere is in fourth, I think. And now they've got Gudelevikis involved. Second, third, fourth, and fifth now involved. There goes Gudelevikis on the inside line of Jopere. So Jopere gone from second to fifth in the course of this lap alone, and Dominguez isn't far behind. Oliver Kerg is gone. He is very much enjoying the fact that the group behind him are fighting, and there goes Kirikovs. Can't get it done though on Sestikovs. Sestikovs back up into second. And Dominguez is bringing with him the 366 car, Marta Spike. The 390 of Ilya Shelemita. Top 6, less than 5 seconds apart now. 3.2 seconds was Oliver Kerg's lead advantage. How defensive did Kirikovs want to be? That's wrong-footed him, though. And that's given the position to Gudelavičius. Oh, my goodness me. Forcing his way through his Yopari. Almost onto the grass on the inside line of turn 14. My word. That's determined. So now it's Kerg from Sestakovs. Gudelavičius, as Dominguez nearly slams the back of Kirikovs coming through turn 2. From numerous false starts, the seniors are really putting on a great show here. My word. Kirikovs trying to wrong foot Yopari for fourth place whilst keeping part of his attention on Dominguez rest behind it. Fairly well spread out, but the battle for fourth is still pretty hot as... Oh, that was a great attempt from Kirikovs to try and wrong foot Yopari, but it didn't quite work. Kerg leads by 3.2 seconds, just under, from Sestakovs. Gudelavičius in third, now on his own. Yopari with what must feel like the world on his shoulders. Kirikovs, Dominguez, Spike, and Shelemita all staring at the back of his helmet. This race is absolutely flown by. Oh wow! How heavily defensive did Yopari have to go there? Dominguez had the momentum but not the space. Try and challenge Kirikovs on the outside line there. That's Shelemita. Can't get it done though. Good effort, but no, did not yield a position. Kerg is losing time against Sestakovs, but not enough for him to lose the lead at that rate. Oh, that was again several attempts going on into turn 2. No change of position. They remain as they are. Yopari must be really feeling the pressure at this point, as now Perla is joining this group. Far behind him is Savitsky as well. Or is this a chance here? That's Dominguez trying an outside maneuver coming up into 14. Again, that will not yield. Oh, he's trying to barge his way past Kirikovs and has lost a position to Spike as a result. And now Shelemita is getting involved as demoted Dominguez as well as Perla. Oh, Dominguez, from trying to get a little bit elbows out coming down through 15, has lost out badly as a result. And there goes, I think that was Perla and Shelemita. Here comes Dominguez. Well, Struth, they are swapping around all over the place in this group. Sestakovs with Gudelavičius right on his tail. So we've got a battle for second as well as the big group from fourth backwards. Fourth to 10th. Oliver Kerg is now going to be starting the final lap of the race. 2.3 seconds ahead of the battle for second. Doesn't need to push too hard. Just needs to push hard enough, which can be more difficult than it sounds. Berg, as he sticks it in the water, set to add his second win of the season to his score sheet. Scarves will have to settle on this occasion. Latvikius would love to have a podium to his name. Well, he does indeed get a podium to his name. It's a third place. He would have liked it to have been second, but Oliver Kirk takes the win. Bartosz Sestikovs in second. And Vidas Gudelavikius takes third. Wow, the seniors really put it on. Took a while to get them going. My goodness, did they put on a show. A lot of battling going on, a lot of brilliant moves, a lot of attempted moves that didn't always come off. So with at least one car to have to recover, the results are Oliver Kirk taking the win, Artem Sestikovs in second, Davidis Gudelavikius in third, Joel Diopoli in fourth, Carlos Kilikovs in fifth, and Marta Spike in sixth place. So with just the one retirement of Roman Rodionovs, unfortunately being unceremoniously exited stage left from turn 8. Jonas Johannes Dominguez 7th, with Oscar Saviski in 8th, Edia Sheremeter 9th, and Bruno Perla rounding out the top 10, very closely followed by Kate Trubisiva. All right, the seniors are done for the weekend, and after quite a few attempts to get the start going, there are quite a few highlights to enjoy. Several times, three wide down into turn 5. Very watery exit. Such a shame for Romans Rodionovs. And still people flirting with the grass. All right, 3 to go then. Interesting to see if the timings are adjusted due to the delays from the seniors. All right, 3 to go then. Doesn't have to be the case. It's now our DD2s. So the DD2s and DD2 Masters will be taking to the field for their final. Have to be the case. Thomas Bersteins and Harold Garikaklis, top of the tree for the DD2 Championship. Can they be usurped? Well, we will run through the grid when they get released. I'll be with you for the DD2 final when they get released very, very shortly. Run through the grid when they get released. For DD2 final, get released very shortly. Away they go then. So it is Patrick Logmelis and Thomas Burstein's on the front row, leading the DD2s. And the Rudikas all the way down to 16th place at least. So at least 8 rows in this one. Again, a very heavily subscribed grid with some of the fastest karts we've seen all weekend. 14 minutes on the clock. Will we get going for the first time of asking? Well, we won't know this one, because this is the first of the rolling laps. I was thinking about how they're going to approach this race, how they're going to do it differently to the previous ones. Still working their way through the turns. A yellow flag being at the loft in its usual spot on the exit of turn 11. Start to form around the exit of 13. Not quite forming the 2x2. They've slowed down. Form it in a minute. To the turn 15 bypass they come. Starting to form the 2x2 lines. Into the columns. To pick up speed. Does the flag drop? It does! First time of asking, the DD2 final is underway. Does everybody make it through the first few turns? No, they don't! Big impact there. That's... No one managed to go into the dust. A big impact saw one of the carts slam the deck very hard. That must be very painful when you do that. Least of all to the car, but also your spine. Either way, driver's still going. Here it is, has been demoted to the back of the field once the tower is formed. Right, so then. Lead still in the hands of Patrick Lochmelis. Under all kinds of pressure from the next 2 karts in line. So then. Oh, and that's a challenge for the lead. Can't quite come off, though. So it's lost minutes from Rudikas. That is the top. I thought it was Thomas Rudikas of making the move for the lead. Oh, flirts with the grass, but manages to get away with it. Dirk Vargas third. Oop, count 4th. Burstein's right the way down into 5th. Not been a good start for the 411 car. A dream start then for the 418. Yamaha G Racing Birilat chassis. Piloted by Patrick Noels, Lochmelis. It's a group of 3 and a group of 4 that are your top breakaways at the moment. And 499 of Andreas Upkalp. AGS Racing Tony Chassis close in on the top ones. Let's see. Oh, lots of fidgeting going on. So Upkamp has lost his position. Being challenged by Janowskis. In turn is dragging Jan Zemes with him. Melis has still got Rudikas all over his tail. Vargas falling slightly off the back of the lead two now. Over the line. MRG Racing Birla again. Dodge Malice fends off the advances of the 46 card of Thomas Rudikas. Seems to be his spot of choice. That's run into turn one. Vargas still watches on. They've got Bersteins in the 411. That's Thomas Bersteins next to the MRG Racing Birlats. And the next trio behind Bersteins is Janowskis, Jan Zemis and Upkau. Rudikas really keeping Loch Melis company. Over the line once again. Loch Melis manages to keep the door shut this time, prevent Rudikas making a move, or making an attempt at least, into turn one. Zenas goes to swap round. Very close. Oops, a bit of a bounce off the apex there for Rudikas. Cost him an awful lot, if anything at all. Vargas in it though, and Bersteins closing in on the three of them. Thought about making himself known into turn 14, didn't go for it though. Vargas really closing in, as well as Bersteins to the top four now united. No opportunities for Rudikas to repeat his attempt into turn one. Few spots further down, Silda's down a couple of positions, as well as Nurum, 13th and 15th respectively. Fastest slap has gone to Thomas Bersteins. He's pushed again on the top three. Oh, what a defensive move from Loch Melis, but has that compromised him on the exit? Well, it may have compromised Rudikas, not quite. So, Loch Melis went very defensive into turn 12. That's behind him. Just about managed to do so. Again, you can just see Loch Melis trying to figure where Rudikas is going to go. Make that attempt into turn one several times. And go straight in the defensive line all the way towards turn 5. Not giving any quarter to Rudikas or Veg Vargas. Veg Vargas feeling the need to go defensive against Bersteins. Four of them all following in the tyre tracks of Loch Melis. Oh, Bersteins having a look. Can't quite get it done. So it's MRG 1 and 4. As there might be 1 and 3 as Bersteins gets Veg Vargas coming down into turn 1. More shuffling further down the field. Kiss has broken free of Jan Zemis. He's looking to join in with this top quartet. Still, the top honours belonging to Loch Melis at the moment. It's now looking like he's biding his time. We haven't seen lots of attempts. Now he's got a bit of breathing space. Might try it. Now it's Bersteins breathing in on him. He may well just have to think about being defensive once again. Has a tiny look on the inside of 5. Doesn't go for it though.
Menace, Rudikas, Bestines and Vec Vargas, your top four. Janovskis, 1.2 behind the pack. See how they're going to wrong foot the drivers around them. All following pretty much the same line at the moment. They know the score. They know this is their last opportunity to score the big points. So the drivers just tucking their arms and heads in. Behind the steering wheel. Behind the bodywork. Rudikas really close to the back of Lotmelis. Bestines now in the fumes of Rudikas. Rudikas thought about an inside maneuver coming into 8. Probably was more defensive against Bestines than anything else. Oh, wow. Rudikas went for that inside maneuver into 12. Lotmelis had that one covered well before he got there, and only just managed to shut the door on Bestines. Rudikas manages to hold on to the second. Now Vec Vargas is involved. Top 4 all together again, and Janovskis is pretty much in this group as well. We now are a quintet, or near enough a quintet. Just saw there was a cart parked on the infield there on the exit of 4. The 519 of Preet Sai. Now 5 carts involved in this lead conga line. Again, you can see Lotmelis not going for the full racing line, just putting himself in a position where he could have closed the door if he needed to. You know that all of these drivers are all thinking the same thing. They're all thinking about the defensive posture as well as where they want to strike. As now Janovskis involved. And Rudikas again thinks about the inside maneuver of 5. He's trying different places to where he did before. It's just not yielding anything for him at the moment. Really, Bestines now in quite a position to attack. Oh, Vec Vargas was a little bit deep coming out of turn 10. He's dropped him off of Bestines slightly. Oh, and that's the potential for Janovskis. Couldn't pull it off though. Again, everyone loves that run up to turn 12. The final few turns comes Lotmelis and crew. This top quintet's fragmenting a little bit. Oh, and again, Rudikas just showing his nose very, very slightly coming up towards turn 8. It's almost damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, because again, very defensive as Lotmelis. Rudikas wants to try and make the move, but he knows full well if it doesn't come off, Bestines will have him. The line once again, only 2.5 minutes to go. 4-ish laps remaining. Top 5, all in the second. Just not able to find that extra bit. Even just remaining where they are at the moment, but they're all poised. They're all ready to do something. But again, it's that move into turn 12 that because it's being closed off outside around there, it just isn't going to work. We full well know it as Bestines gives Rudikas a bit of a boot. through turn 15. Janowskis and Jan Zemis now very much involved. We are back to a quintet. And again, look how early Loch Mellis went for that defensive posture into turn 5. Not allowing Rudikas any momentum at all. See, again, thinking about the inside at 8. See several drivers, well, pretty much all of this group, looking over the shoulder, seeing where their opponents are. Man is feeling comfortable enough that he could have gone for the racing line. Gotten away with it. Two to go after they cross the line. Penultimate lap of the race then. Really could go any way of this top 5. Where will it go is the ultimate question. Mellis has been in command of this race from the very beginning. Rudikas with the pace and determination to try and do something about it. Esteens with the championship lead to try and protect. Again, defensive posture for Loch Mellis. Of course you would. Oh, that was a nudge from Bursteins that pushed Rudikas into Loch Mellis. Won't live to find another day, but patience is starting to wear a bit thin now as they come over the line to start the final lap. And that's a nudge from Rudikas on the back of Loch Mellis coming into turn 1. They're going to start losing nose cones in a minute, and that's Jan Zemis on Janowskis. Oh, and that's a spin. That's Janowskis that's gone round. No, it's Frank Vargas, I beg your pardon, that spun. The 455 car that is at a moment at turn 5 does manage to get himself out of the way. And he is rolling again, way off from where he was. Top 3. As they were, Loch Mellis from Rudikas from Bursteins. Last few turns. Really going to be an opportunity for anyone to improve. And over the line. And he's celebrating early. Has he done it too early? Not quite. Loch Mellis does indeed take the win from Rudikas by 0.07 of a second. Bursteins third. Patrick's Noah's Loch Mellis very happy with that. And rightly so, because he's soaked up so much pressure. He has every reason to be happy about that. So it's Loch Mellis from Rudikas, your top 2. Thomas Bursteins, Martin Janowskis, Andreas Utkamp takes the 5th place spot. Chris Jan Zemis, 6th. Harold Garkaklis, 7th. We lost Armand's count, I don't think started, and Preet Sai, we lost very, very early on in the race. My goodness me, I can imagine that Loch Mellis is very, very happy about that. Nicholas Mazinas in 8th, Ricards Kansiams in 9th, and Ivazus rounding out the top 10. Goodness me. Just 2 to go now. Our amateur DD2s, amateur DD2 Masters, and DD2 Heavies are gathered in the holding area now. My goodness me, I can imagine that is very, very happy. Go through their grid when they leave the holding area. A couple of carts to recover. We'll run through their grid when they are released. Goodness me. Just 2 to go now. Our amateur DD2s, Masters, DD2 Heavies are gathered in the holding area now. Grid when they leave the holding area. A couple of carts to recover. Run through their grid when they are released. And away they go with drone in tow. Start their final warm-up laps of the weekend. Sun really has bathed this beautiful circuit. So then it's going to be Rodrigo Frams from Marcus Spikis, Maris Lokmelis and Edmunds Sivekis on row 2, Martin Spikis and Dimitri Antonevics on row 3, and Arturs Zenis and Kristaps Kalixons on row 4. .14 on the clock. So again, 14 minutes plus 1. The last 14 minutes race of the weekend. The T4s is a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. The top two, once again, that is Rodrigo Frams and Marcus Spikis, have run off, leaving behind the next three. Yellow flag held aloft on the exit of 11 once more. And the 2x2 columns now formed. Get our penultimate race of the day underway. Into the bypass. Bunch up, drivers. Okay, as they come into the columns, does this race get underway? Answer is it does. First time of asking for our amateur DD2s, and we are underway. Rodrigo Frams was our pole sitter. Will he get away? Will Marcus Spikis be the fly in the ointment? We will have to see. Everybody has survived the first few turns. There's already a fair amount of bouncing going on, as you would imagine, from Go-Karting Championships. Oh my goodness, already. That is Rodrigo Frams that is already trying to break away from Marcus Spikis. The RM Latvia sponsored Sodi chassis in second position. It is Slosh Mellis, beg your pardon, that's Maris Losh-Mellis, the 518 card that's up into second. Spikis is our third and fourth. Marcus ahead of Martins for now. Rodrigo Frams is pretty untouchable in the previous race in the pre-final. So can he do the same again? Oh my goodness me. Valiant attempt to defend from Losh-Mellis. Oh, and that's nearly running off the road there. Oh, and that's too deep as a defense for the 5-2-3. That's Marcus Spikis that is having a bit of a mare in the final. Was third at the beginning of the lap, now finds himself way down. Down into sixth indeed, right in the middle of a big group of karts. It's going to take quite some fight back. Rodrigo Frams is just checking out up front. Maris Losh-Mellis not needing a second invitation. That is the treble 5 car. Rickis having a go at Marcus Spikis, making his day even worse. Charles Brickis was pretty hot in the second heat, but won't go so well for him in the pre-final. Again, it's Brickis and Spickis close together. This time, Marcus Brickis isn't the lead one, as we've got a challenge going on towards the front of this particular group. Yuri Spickis has fallen to the tail of the field, unfortunately, but still riding on. What have we got? We've got Rodrigo Frams, 1.6 seconds ahead of Marius Lokmelis. Rodrigo Frams unchallenged at the moment. After an uncomfortable start to the pre-final, once he made his way to the front, he was again unchallenged then as well. Lokmelis has got Civikis and a Bricks in tow. Both of the, actually all three of the speakers are not having a particularly good time, and that's a challenge there, up into third place, I think that is. Yes, it is. That is Brickis against Civikis. Oh, and that was a gesture there from Lokmelis, I think it was, allowing Brickis through. Interesting. Didn't see why that would be the case, unless Lokmelis, who's very loose there and is losing a spot up into 12th, unless Lokmelis has got a problem. He has lost a lot of positions in this lap alone. Could well be something wrong with the treble 5. He's racing on though. Lokmelis has come down to 4th. It looked like he was gesturing to let Civikis through. Frams continuing to build his lead up front, although the fastest lap of the race so far is by Edgars Brickis. We'll see whether Rodrigo Frams has a challenge towards the end of the race. Fairly comfortable. Oh, that's very, very, very deep there from the 593 of Pavlov. Very, very deep indeed. That's cost him a position or two. It cost him 1 to the 523 of Marcus Spickis. Interestingly, Brickis is closing in on Frams, or did last time around. Is our race leader going to have some defending to do this time around? Bit deep coming out of turn 10 there for Civikis. Don't want to be losing any momentum against Lokmelis and the lead of the Spickis brothers, Marcus in the 523. Wow, Brickis is closing in on Frams, although Frams was the fastest lap on that time around. As Pavlov has lost another spot in the 593 kart. What was a pretty disastrous start for Marcus Spickis. He's now on the back of the 518 of Marius Lokmelis. Oh, that's trouble. That's a hand in the air. That's Civikis for third position. 551 car, hand in the air, and it's coming to a halt on the exits of turn 11. He's got himself going again, but that is a sick kart, unfortunately, so that would be an expected retirement. But up front, well, Rams and Brickers, most certainly less than 8/10 apart, I'd say. As into retirement comes Sivakis. Look at Marcus Bekis on the back of Lochmelis. This is now a battle for the podium spot. The bottom of the podium, I should say. Sodi chassis underneath Marcus Bekis. Thinking about that inside maneuver at 12, but... Oh, that's 593. That's Pavlov. That's gone off into the dust. And here comes Brickis on the inside of Frams for the lead. Well, Struth. That lead has just absolutely vanished for Rodrigo Frams. And now in the hands of the treble 5 of Edgar's Brickis. Oh, is that another card off, or is that the same one's gone off? Couldn't quite see. Saw the driver getting out of the car. That could well be Pavlov again. Brick is looking over his shoulder, but he's already built up at least half a second between himself and Rodrigo Frams. Six-tenths of a second indeed between the top two. Quite a gap, 10 seconds back to Lochmelis, who's only got 9/10 between himself and Marcus Spickis. Who in turn only has about 1.2 seconds over the 5:07 of Martin Spickis. Oh, that wasn't a good run through 8, 9, and 10 for Rodrigo Frams. He lost a lot of time against the treble 5 of Edgar's Brickis. Edgar's Brickis with the fastest lap now. Here comes Lochmelis and Marcus Spickis. They're locked together. Have been for a few laps now. Less than 4 minutes on the clock. Already 2 seconds between our lead two. Flirting with the grass again. Some drivers just love to live dangerously. How many times has the grass bitten people today? Next of the Spickises, which is Martin Spickis, is fallen about 2.8 seconds behind the duel for third. Martin Spickis can purely concentrate on trying to wrong foot the 518 of Maris Lochmelis. Thinks about an outside at 14, but that's not going to come off. Still trying to wrong foot Lochmelis. Just saw in the background of the shot there was Martin Spickis. 2.6 seconds behind Marcus. He's actually got the 506 closing in on him. Kristaps Kalixens. Could be a challenge there, but at the moment it is just the battle for third. So just about that is the closest battle we've got. Although Antonevics and Zenis in 7th and 8th are fairly close together as well. Oh, that's Marcus Spickis thinking about again outside maneuver at 14. Knows that's not going to come off, doesn't do anything daft. It's cost him momentum to successfully defend that particular move once again. Once more. Hear the tyres screaming for mercy. Wow, that was quite a defensive move there for Lochmelis. Go to the defensive line at turn 5 quite early. Oh, Now, Marcus Vickers. Oh, it's Marcus Vickers has managed to wrong foot Lot Mellis, who not only manages to slide through the water, but actually get back on the track again. You want to talk about luck? My goodness me. Went for a spin, went for a swim, and still managed to continue. So got onto the grass, just had enough for momentum while scooping up a load of mud and water, and still kept the engine running and got back on track. Well, Marcus Bick is now very much up in the podium position, with Martin Spickis now up into fourth, Lotchmanis into fifth position, with tyres that really don't want to behave themselves. 30 seconds until the final lap board is held. The drivers now only fending for themselves on their own bit of real estate. You can't deny the raw pace of Edgar's Brickis in this race. It has been really quite something to behold. Considering the performance we saw from Rodrigo Frams in the pre-final, to be 8 seconds ahead is really quite something. I think Carlos Brickis managed to just beat the timer. So this will be the penultimate lap then that the 555 card is on. Doesn't look like he's slowing down any. Zonis and 534 Spickis. That is Eurus Spickis. Swap round, but Eurus Spickis in the wooden spoon position. So final lap board held aloft for the 555. Tony Chassis, piloted by Edgar Brickis. A heavy class of TD2 karts. No one's told him that, however. He's supposed to be slower. Supposed to have a weight disadvantage, apparently. So Loch Mellis is trying to close in on the back of the second of the Spickises, which is Martin Spickis. He's not likely to catch him in time for the line. Through the final few turns then, for Edgar's Brickis, an absolutely flawless performance. The 555 takes the win, and he looks pretty happy about that. You can't blame him whatsoever. Oscar Frams put up a bit of a fight, put up as much fight as he possibly could, but there was no way that he was able to keep up with the incredible pace of that 555. But will come home in second nonetheless. So then, Carlos Brickis takes the win. Rodrigo Frams second, Marcus Spickis third, Martin Spickis in fourth, Marius Lockmelis in fifth, Gustav Alex in sixth, Dmitry Antonevics seventh, Artis Dennis in eighth, Yuri Spickis in ninth. Lost in the course of the race, Richard Pavlov, Edmund Stebekis. So just one single race remains, which is the last of our Tillotson T4 class. So they should be gathered in the holding area now. There were some pretty bold moves going on. Not all of them worked. Great shame for the retiring Antonevics. We even had a spin into a swim. That was the moment that I think that was Antonevics that retired. That was where Brickis took the lead and was not seen again. That was where Marius Lugmelis had the spin, had the swim, and then got back going again. Big old slide for Edgar's Brickis. So our final race then is in the holding area, and we'll go through their grid when they are released.
Spin into a swim. That was the moment that retired. That was where Brickets took the lead. Not seen again. That was where Maris managed to spin.
And away they go. So then, the final grid of the day. Tillotson T4 contingent. So it is Bezins from Zollmans, Dmitrievs from Count, Saltz from Rapanis, and Grossberger from Revolds. Your top 8 positions in this grid. Very fiercely contested, you can guarantee that. Single spec it may be, but that will not diminish the racing. It is a 12-minute race, not a 14 for this one. 12 plus 1 lap. Daniel's Teperis Berzins is somewhat eager to get on with it. Whoops, someone's gone for a bit of a excursion in the grass already. It happens. Daniel's Berzins slowing down just to let the group bunch up a bit. He's not forming the 2x2 just yet, not at turn 8. Okay, they are starting to form it just on the run out of turn 10. That's fair enough. Which means you've got to drive in that formation a little bit longer. All right then. Through the bypass of turn 15, they now arrive. Daniel's Teperis Berzins convert the pole into victory. Oh well, David Solomons have something to say. It's a wave around. One of the drivers towards the back holding their hand up. Were they admitting fault for that? Only they know. Okay, attempt number 2. Hopefully we won't need any red flags on this one. And reform the 2x2. They do form them very, very early. Formation driving is fine. Slightly out of position though when they came over the lines. The starting marshal not happy with the formation. Through the bypass once more. Will it be the final time? And into the columns. They start to pick up a bit of speed. Green flag at the loft. And away they go. So then, lots of side-by-sides. Berzins still in the lead. Oh, a bit of bumping and banging going on. I think Zollman's still in second position. 3-4 wide right behind them, though. The top 3 starting to break away already. 919, which is Berzins, does indeed still lead the way. Then the next group coming through. Who is where in our top three? So there's 965 is up into second. That's Dmitriev's. That's demoted Davis Solmans into third. That's our breakaway three. And then you've got one on the road, which I think is Christoph's count. It is indeed Christopher's count. So then it's Berzins from Dmitriev's, from Zolmans, from Cow, from Silt. Your top five. Oh, that's an opportunity for Zolmans on the exit of turn 4. Had the momentum, got the inside at 5. Oh, he's gone for both of the cars ahead of him. Oh, what a move from Davis Zolmans from second to third to first. Goodness me, to nail both Berzins and Zolman and Dmitriev's in the same corner. Well, someone's had their bravery pills. Yeah, well defended up into 12, parked it right in the middle, just to break the momentum from Daniels Berzins. Unsurprisingly, Kyrios Dmitriev's is not just letting that one slide. The three of them still united. Then the next pair, which is Count and Saltz, still glued together. Blackin's got ahead of Rupanis. That is for 6th position. You've got the three, then a pair that are threatening to make to join the top three to make a quintet. And it is a group. Oh, well, everybody bar 2. 909. Berzins, which is Rudolph Berzins, has had a bit of trouble. Oh, is that side by side coming out of turn 10? Was Dmitriev's has gotten ahead of Berzins, so that's wrong footed. Our pole sitter thrown him right into the path of Christopher's Count, who in turn is still fending off the advances of Elizabeth Saltz. Race lead now in the hands of David Solmans. Top 5 pretty much united now as a quintet. And it is a group of 4. Blackins, Rapanis, Grossberger and Revolts. In that pack, Revolts slightly off the back of it. Ooh, that was a potential there between Berzins and Count. Was Count in real opportunistic mode to try and get past the 919 of Daniels Berzins. Doesn't quite do it though. I'll bide his time a bit more. Elizabeth Saltz right behind him. Allmans with half-second gap to Dmitriev's last time around, with a 6/10 gap between Berzins. But I don't think those gaps are like it now, as Dmitriev's looks much closer than that. He is indeed. Oh, Dmitriev's got really out of shape coming through turn 1 and 2. That just cost him that tiny bit of momentum to try and attack Zolmans. Dmitriev's did get the fastest lap though. Wide there for Zolmans coming out of turn 5. That's keeping Berzins in count in this fight as well. Dmitriev's is determined to get past Zolmans, whether he has to barge him out of the way or not. He took a much tighter line through 11, but had nowhere to use the momentum. Had to get out of it. That's going to lose him the momentum at the wrong time. Throw him into the path of Daniels Berzins, who doesn't need a second invitation at this. Zolmans, Dmitriev's, Berzins, Count and Saltz all in a line here. There goes Berzins having a look on the inside at turn 1. Can't commit. Dmitriev's manages to close the door on him. Zolmans was flirting with the grass. Oh, and there goes an opportunity for Berzines. Inside of turn 5 gives him second place. Dmitriev's thinking about a counter-attack coming down into turn 8. Zolmans hasn't been able to break away too far as Dmitriev has managed to throw Berzines into the clutches of Kaun. Oh, that's Dmitriev's that's gone too deep, going out of 12. Salt's thought about an outside manoeuvre coming up to 14. Kaun had nothing to do with that. So now it's the top 2 and then the next group of 3. So that is Berzines back on Zolman's case. Dmitriev's now full defensive against Christopher's Kaun. Towards turn 5 once again, and that's a big move from Daniels Berzines. Turn 5 is his playground, it seems, and he has got the lead back. That's going to push Zolmans more towards Dmitriev's. Oh, whoa, that's a move from Zolmans. Back up into the lead on the exit of turn 9. We haven't seen many moves there this weekend. That is a superb effort. And there goes Dmitriev's on the Berzines. Oh, impact between the two. Berzines wrong-footed. He's lost the position to Kaun. Can he defend against Saltz? Oh, he submits that one. He knew it was on the outside line. But that he was frustrated with that. Was not happy about how that move came off. So that drops him right the way down to 5th. Now Zolmans from Dmitriev's from Kaun. Step 5 once again. Dmitriev's just defending against the advances of Christopher's Kaun. Saltz and Berzines not far behind. Berzines thinking about inside at 8. Well, that has sent opponents into the water, but didn't go for it this time. There's only 4 minutes left. Not too long left of this race. It's the longest one for the T4s. It's already mostly gone. This group of 3 have broken away from Saltz and Berzines. Zolmans is about to get a whole world of... It's going to get real popular real quickly as Dmitriev's goes for that inside line and claims the lead. And immediately goes to the defensive line into turn 5. That's allowing Saltz to really get into the groove here. Your quartet, as that is Zolmans getting the lead back again on the run down towards turn 8. That disrupted the momentum for Kaun. There was a bit of a bump on Berzines' nose, I think it was. There it is. Zolmans from Dmitriev's. Kaun from Berzines. Saltz at the back of the group. Oh, that's not realistically going to work. Dmitriev's kind of basically just using extra momentum, if nothing else, but nowhere that's going to pay off on the outside line of turn 14. See the amount of time Zolmans is looking over his shoulder. Really feeling the pressure here. Turn 5 again goes very early to that defensive line. Through turn 5 they come. And Dmitriev's thought about it, forced Zolmans to the defensive posture, but doesn't gain as a result of it. Out of turn 10. 2 minutes to go. Ooh, nearly side by side coming up towards turn 12. And that's Berzines ahead of Kaun now. Kaun nearly losing a spot to Saltz as well. Zolmans from Dmitriev's from Berzines. Kaun in 4th, Saltz in 5th. Oh, here comes Berzines. Oh, and that's impact to Dmitriev's. Oh, my goodness me. My goodness me. Berzines facing the wrong way. Was stationary on the apex. My word, that was quite an impact between Berzines and Dmitriev's. Well, Zollman's quite now very much on his own. Lost his playmates. No fault of his own. He's now very much off to claim the spoils of war. Dmitriev's and Berzines really coming together quite heavily. Zollman's will be coming across the line to start the penultimate lap. Now, quite a distance between himself and anybody else as Cowan and Saltz had to really take avoiding action. So that's actually allowed Gladkins and Rapanis through into third and fourth. Grossberg and Revolts are fifth and sixth now. Berzines has crossed the line as seventh. Well, Daniel Berzines has just crossed the line in eighth. Beg your pardon, it's Daniel Berzines in seventh. 909 is Rudolf Berzines in eighth. Jimenez in the 931 has come across in ninth. We still haven't seen Cowan across the line or Saltz. Well, battle's still going on. Gladkins and Dmitriev's are now arguing for second as the leader has started the final lap. Right behind them is Rapanis. Grossberger and Revolts now getting some airtime. Cowan and Saltz have retired. Superb battle for what is now second position. Immediately defensive goes Dmitriev's. Gladkins trying to find a way through along with Rapanis. Oh, manages to wrong foot Dmitriev's. One is through, two is through. Dmitriev's knew it. Dmitriev's knew it. Didn't try and split the two. On the final lap as well, Dmitriev's trying to counterattack on the exit of 12. Doesn't yield anything though. So Zollman's from Gladkins. Oh my goodness me! Dmitriev's banzais the inside of turn 14 and claims the pair of them back. The Rapanis gets ahead of Gladkins, but your race winner is Zollman's. Dmitriev's regains second in the nick of time. And Rapanis gets ahead of Gladkins right at the end. Wow, what a dramatic finish to the race weekend. So David Zollman's takes the win. Kirilis Dmitriev's in second. Rudolf Rapanis gets home in third in the end. Harry Gladkins fourth. Dave Grossberger in fifth. Oris Morris Revolts takes sixth. Daniels Teperis Berzines is seventh. Rudolf Toms Berzines in eighth. Edvars Jimenez in ninth. We lost Christopher Cowan and Elizabeth Saltz. With that quite heavy impact coming through turn two. Well, the race replay has got a lot it has to offer. Some brilliant opportunistic moves. Well, the majority of which came off, in fairness. Zollman's was brilliantly timed with when he made his move for the lead that he was inevitably to hold on to right at the end. And a few bumps that didn't quite amount in the big impact we had at the end. And then Novotny, oh. Interesting, it was actually Cowan and Saltz that retired from that, unless they had their own impact. whilst the bigger one happened around them. So as the last of the carts are recovered, we will get ourselves ready for the podium presentations.
driving. Let's start with micro class, Latvian Championship ROTAX MAX Challenge. Third place today, Emilis Jozuaitis. Yeah. Second fastest today, Oskaras Pitkovas. Un šodien ātrākais un finālā nepārspēts Kārlis Bensons. Aplausi braucējiem. Okay, let's go. Latvian Championship, ROTAX MAX Challenge, Mini Max Class. Third fastest today, Patrikas Jocius. Second fastest Mini driver today, Jack Collinson. And winner today and fastest driver in Mini Max class, Marius Mazinas. Thank you guys. I think we also need some champagne showers, or no? Seems like not. But we are still waiting for champagne showers. Junior. Today third place in junior class, Fernando Paimre. Otrā vieta junior klase šodien, second place, Markus Jauk. And fastest junior today, Toms Strēlē. Applauses, please, guys. Some cheering for the guys. Latvian Championship ROTAX MAX Challenge Class Senior, third fastest today, Joel Kasparjopere. Second fastest senior today, Dovydas Gudelevičius. fastest guy in senior class, Oliver Kurr. At least some guys know what to do with champagne. Class DB2, DB2. Third fastest today in DB2 class, Thomas Bistings. Second fastest today in DB2 class, Thomas Rudokas. And fastest DB2 driver in 350 track, Patrick Noel Swatchmellis. Aplausi. DD2 Masters, 3 fastest guys today. Third place in DD2 Masters class, Richard Scoutians. Second fastest DD2 Masters driver today, Nicolas Mazinas. And fastest DD2 Master driver, Harald Garkakus. Laižam tālāk. Latvijas Karting Cup DD2 klase, trešā vieta šodien Kristaps Kaliksons. Otrā vieta šodien Latvijas Karting Cup DD2 Rodrigo Frams. Un ātrākais šodien Latvijas Karting Cup DD2 ieskaitē Kārlis Bricis. klase smagā džentlmeņa heavy 200 kg. Trešā vieta šodien Māris Ločmelis. Otrais ātrākais smagais šodien Mārtiņš Spītīs. Un uzvarētājs un ātrākais smagais braucējs šodien Markus Spītīs. Yeah! Rudolf, Tvomberziņ, vai tu vari pienākt? Rūdī! Rudolf! Labi, beidzām ar T4 senioru ieskaita. Šodien trešais ātrākais Rudolfs Rupainis. Otrais ātrākais šodien Tiltsona T4 senioru ieskaitē Kirils Dmitrijevs. Un finālā neuzvarēts Tiltsona T4 ieskaitē Dāvis Zalmans. Tiltsona T4 heavy ieskaita. Otrā vieta šodien Rudolfs Toms Berziņš. Un ātrākais heavy ieskaitē šodien Harijs Latkēns. Un tā noslēdzošā apbalvošana šodien komandu ieskaita trešā vieta 92 punkti SM Racing. Otrā ātrākā komanda šodien. Second fastest team today, 103 points, RGS Racing. Un ātrākā komanda šodien 129 punkti, MRK Racing. MRG Racing pirmā vieta šodien. Paldies visiem par dalību trešajā posmā. Atgādinu pēc nedēļas ROTAX Nordiga un Latvijas ROTAX izaicinājuma kausa 4. posms. Thank you everybody for participating and see you